Welcome to EdTechLIVE. We're happy that you're here today. I'm Tamara, and this is Ryan.
We would like to take a moment and welcome you to today's event and give you a little information about what to expect.
New sessions start every hour, and you can stay for the whole event or just watch the sessions you're interested in seeing. There is a 10 to 15 minute break between each session where you can enter your attendance credit or take care of personal needs. During the live event, you also have 2 sessions each hour to choose from. After the live event, you can watch any of the other sessions on your own time.
During each session, the host will give you a link and a secret code to jot down. This will be the link you use to access the attendance forms, and you will enter the code onto the form. You can keep this form open throughout the event in a separate tab because you will have to do this for each session. You can still earn attendance credit if you are watching after the live event. However, you must submit by midnight tomorrow.
Within an hour of submitting your attendance, you should be receiving a response receipt. If you do not receive this email, please resubmit the attendance form and double check to make sure your email address is typed correctly.
We, along with our whole EdTech team, want to thank you again for being here today and enjoy your session. It will be starting soon.
If you use more than one monitor, here are a few tips for managing your multiple screens. On your keyboard, click the Windows and the P button, and you can see that you have a menu on the right side of your screen, which allows you to determine whether you're extending or duplicating or others. Right-click on your screen and you get Display Settings. This allows you to determine whether or not your main monitor is on the right or left. Just simply drag and drop to which side is your preference and click Apply. Now back on my screen, I can move my files to the other monitor if I would like to.
Welcome to EdTechLIVE. We are happy that you are here. I'm Ryan, and this is Tamara.
We'd like to take a moment to welcome you to today's event and give you a little information about what to expect.
New sessions start each hour, and you can stay for the whole event or just watch the sessions that you're interested in seeing. There is a 10 to 15 minute break between each session where you can enter your attendance credit or take care of personal needs. During the live event, you also have 2 sessions to choose from each hour. After the live event, you can watch any of the other sessions on your own time.
During each session, the host will give you a link and a secret code to jot down. This will be the link that you use to access the attendance forms, and you will enter the code into the form. You can keep this form open throughout the event in a separate tab because you'll have to do this for each session. You can still earn attendance credit even if you're watching after the live event. However, you must submit by midnight tomorrow.
Within an hour of submitting your attendance, you should be receiving a response receipt. If you do not receive this email, please resubmit the attendance form and Double check to ensure that your email is typed correctly.
We, along with the entire EdTech team, would like to thank you for joining us today and enjoy your session. It will be starting soon.
YouTube closed captions and subtitles are great. Did you know that you can also have them translated into multiple languages? Turn on closed captioning on your video, then select Settings, Subtitles, and Auto Translate. Multiple languages are available for you to choose. You can do this on videos you find or videos you create. What a great way for students to learn other languages or to find support for languages that they speak.
Welcome to EdTechLIVE. We're happy that you're here today. I'm Tamara, and this is Ryan.
We would like to take a moment and welcome you to today's event and give you a little information about what to expect.
New sessions start every hour, and you can stay for the whole event or just watch the sessions you're interested in seeing. There is a 10 to 15 minute break between each session where you can enter your attendance credit or take care of personal needs. During the live event, you also have 2 sessions each hour to choose from. After the live event, you can watch any of the other sessions on your own time.
During each session, the host will give you a link and a secret code to jot down. This will be the link you use to access the attendance forms, and you will enter the code onto the form. You can keep this form open throughout the event in a separate tab because you will have to do this for each session. You can still earn attendance credit if you are watching after the live event. However, you must submit by midnight tomorrow.
Within an hour of submitting your attendance, you should be receiving a response receipt. If you do not receive this email, please resubmit the attendance form and double check to make sure your email address is typed correctly.
We, along with our whole EdTech team, want to thank you again for being here today and enjoy your session. It will be starting soon. Have you ever accidentally closed a tab that you were working in? By holding down Control, Shift, and T at the same time, you can reopen any recently closed tabs in seconds. Welcome to EdTechLIVE. We are happy that you are here. I'm Ryan, and this is Tamara.
We'd like to take a moment to welcome you to today's event and give you a little information about what to expect.
New sessions start each hour, and you can stay for the whole event or just watch the sessions that you're interested in seeing. There is a 10 to 15 minute break between each session where you can enter your attendance credit or take care of personal needs. During the live event, you also have 2 sessions to choose from each hour. After the live event, you can watch any of the other sessions on your own time.
During each session, the host will give you a link and a secret code to jot down. This will be the link that you use to access the attendance forms, and you will enter the code into the form. You can keep this form open throughout the event in a separate tab because you'll have to do this for each session. You can still earn attendance credit even if you're watching after the live event. However, you must submit by midnight tomorrow.
Within an hour of submitting your attendance, you should be receiving a response receipt. If you do not receive this email, please resubmit the attendance form and double check to ensure that your email is typed correctly.
We, along with the entire EdTech team, would like to thank you for joining us today and enjoy your session. It will be starting soon. If you don't have a monitor and you would like to split your screen, the steps are simple. Simply click the Windows button and the left and right arrow on your keyboard. You can also go up and down if you so choose. I'm going to do that now. I can repeat the process on the other window and have split my screen. Sometimes you get the option to be able to choose. I've split my screen to the right, and now I need to tell them what I would like to put on the left. Those are the steps of splitting your screen on a Windows device. Welcome to EdTechLIVE. We're happy that you're here today. I'm Tamara, and this is Ryan.
We would like to take a moment and welcome you to today's event and give you a little information about what to expect.
New sessions start every hour, and you can stay for the whole event or just watch the sessions you're interested in seeing. There is a 10 to 15 minute break between each session where you can enter your attendance credit or take care of personal needs. During the live event, you also have 2 sessions each hour to choose from. After the live event, you can watch any of the other sessions on your own time.
During each session, the host will give you a link and a secret code to jot down. This will be the link you use to access the attendance forms, and you will enter the code onto the form. You can keep this form open throughout the event in a separate tab because you will have to do this for each session. You can still earn attendance credit if you are watching after the live event. However, you must submit by midnight tomorrow.
Within an hour of submitting your attendance, you should be receiving a response receipt. If you do not receive this email, please resubmit the attendance form and double check to make sure your email address is typed correctly.
We, along with our whole EdTech team, want to thank you again for being here today and enjoy your session. It will be starting soon.
If you use more than one monitor, here are a few tips for managing your multiple screens. On your keyboard, click the Windows and the P button, and you can see that you have a menu on the right side of your screen, which allows you to determine whether you're extending or duplicating or others. Right-click on your screen and you get Display Settings. This allows you to determine whether or not your main monitor is on the right or left. To simply drag and drop to which side is your preference and click Apply. Now back on my screen, I can move my files to the other monitor if I would like to.
Welcome to EdTechLIVE. We are happy that you are here. I'm Ryan, and this is Tamara.
We'd like to take a moment to welcome you to today's event and give you a little information about what to expect.
New sessions start each hour, and you can stay for the whole event or just watch the sessions that you're interested in seeing. There is a 10 to 15 minute break between each session where you can enter your attendance credit or take care of personal needs. During the live event, you also have 2 sessions to choose from each hour. After the live event, you can watch any of the other sessions on your own time.
During each session, the host will give you a link and a secret code to jot down. This will be the link that you use to access the attendance forms, and you will enter the code into the form. You can keep this form open throughout the event in a separate tab because you'll have to do this for each session. You can still earn attendance credit even if you're watching after the live event. However, you must submit by midnight tomorrow.
Within an hour of submitting your attendance, you should be receiving a response receipt. If you do not receive this email, please resubmit the attendance form and double check to ensure that your email is typed correctly.
We, along with the entire EdTech team, would like to thank you for joining us today and enjoy your session. It will be starting soon.
YouTube closed captions and subtitles are great. Did you know that you can also have them translated into multiple languages? Turn on closed captioning on your video, then select Settings, Subtitles, and Auto Translate. Multiple languages are available for you to choose. You can do this on videos you find or videos you create. What a great way for students to learn other languages or to find support for languages that they speak.
Welcome to EdTechLIVE. We're happy that you're here today. I'm Tamara, and this is Ryan.
We would like to take a moment and welcome you to today's event and give you a little information about what to expect.
New sessions start every hour, and you can stay for the whole event or just watch the sessions you're interested in seeing. There is a 10 to 15 minute break between each session where you can enter your attendance credit or take care of personal needs. During the live event, you also have 2 sessions each hour to choose from. After the live event, you can watch any of the other sessions on your own time.
During each session, the host will give you a link and a secret code to jot down. This will be the link you use to access the attendance forms, and you will enter the code onto the form. You can keep this form open throughout the event in a separate tab because you will have to do this for each session. You can still earn attendance credit if you are watching after the live event. However, you must submit by midnight tomorrow.
Within an hour of submitting your attendance, you should be receiving a response receipt. If you do not receive this email, please resubmit the attendance form and double check to make sure your email address is typed correctly.
We, along with our whole EdTech team, want to thank you again for being here today and enjoy your session. It will be starting soon.
Have you ever accidentally closed a tab that you were working in? By holding down Control, Shift, and T at the same time, you can reopen any recently closed tabs in seconds.
Good morning. It's that time again. Do you know what time it is? It is EdTechLIVE. Yay! Okay, we have something creating a feedback. Thank you for being with us today. Our sessions include photo essays, digital citizenships, Edpuzzle, branding with Canva, and so much more. There are 2 channels streaming at this time, giving us a total of 8 live sessions. I am Tamara Ferguson, an EdTech specialist for Cypress Fairbanks, and
my name is Lillian Pereira, and I'll be your co-host today. I'll be monitoring the chat on YouTube as well as posting links. And speaking of links, During the live session, we'll be sharing a secret code along with a link to submit for your attendance. So please make sure you're paying attention during the whole time because we're not going to tell you when we're going to post them. After the live event, you can watch sessions you might have missed and still get credit as long as you submit your attendance codes by 11:59 on Sunday. So get your pens ready and get ready to learn.
Okay, give us a moment. We're going to see why we have an echo. Are you able to hear an echo on YouTube? A little. Give us a moment. No, there's something creating an echo. Go ahead and tell yourself what it is. That's what it is. I think that might be. Yeah, go ahead and remove yourself. Just exit out. Exit out of Zoom. Okay, hopefully that took care of our echo. Were you able to hear us a little better in YouTube? So our session today, we want to show you and review with you how to be able to access our YouTube to make it work for you. So let us take a moment to share that with you. Are we still getting an echo? In YouTube, I don't know if you're aware of this, but when you are YouTube live, you can actually have some controls. Some of the things that you might not be aware of is that you can change your playback speed. So if you're running a little bit behind, you can actually speed it up to get caught up from us. So let's say you went to the bathroom and you had to pause it and you wanted to get caught up. You can increase the speed. If we're going a little too fast and you want to see something again, you can back it up, slow it down, and watch it again in slow-mo. You also have the ability to use this little slider to move it back and forth. If you were looking for something specific that you want to see that, even in a live stream, you can. Also, we're glad to have you here today. If you land on our website and you want to know again how to get back to these live sessions, simple enough to do, click here to join. And you will see that the live sessions are located right here. Your Channel A sessions, which include these guys right here on the left. And your Channel B sessions, your little buttons right here, and these are your sessions on the right. So feel free to watch all of the sessions that you would like between now and 1 p.m. Central Time live. And then, of course, on demand, you can watch all of these again or the ones that you missed and still get credit. I am Tamara Ferguson, and
I am Lelaine Ferrer, and we want you to share your learning. So I'm going to post our hashtag as well as our handle for Twitter. So please, throughout the time, as you're learning things, feel free to take screenshots and show the wonderful things that you're learning throughout the day.
Our first session today, hot off the press with some new updates, is two wonderful men from Eagle Mountain Saginaw ISD, Bob Eikenberry and Scott Boyles. Both of them happen to be instructional technologists. Scott has 27 years as a teacher under his belt, and he taught music. Did you know that he sings opera?
Wow, that takes a lot of work.
Do you think he'll sing opera for us here today?
Well, we can ask him and see if he can. Our other speaker with Scott is Bob. He has 19 years in education where he taught science and tech applications. But what's really interesting is both of these guys are fathers of teenagers. And we are looking forward to see if you are truly the kings of dad jokes.
That must make this going to be an amazing session. Dad jokes galore.
Yes.
And then when we're done, we should use them as a model and we should do our own jokes. But mom jokes don't quite do it. So should we do like old lady jokes?
Well, I think I fall under that since I don't have kids, but but we're looking to learning and laughing this morning with Bob and Scott.
Absolutely. We're glad to have you. Welcome, gentlemen. Their topic today is on tips and tricks with Microsoft and the power of using them efficiently with all those products we already use, from Outlook to Word, and making them work for us
Obviously, in 45 minutes, they're not going to be able to show you how to do everything, but they're going to show you some things to make it a more powerful tool so that we could use it in the way that they were designed. So welcome, gentlemen.
Thank you. Hi.
Hello.
All right. So let me share my screen here. There we go.
There we go.
All right. And there we go. All right. So welcome, CFISD. Good morning. My name is Bob Eikenberry, and this is
Scott Boyles. We're
And
glad to have you today.
We Are No BS. If you see our shirts there. As Tamara said, this is not a tutorial for all of the Microsoft applications. That would take too long.
Yes, it
Right,
would.
Scott?
It certainly would.
These are going to be tips and tricks for using these tools and making them more efficient in your on your daily basis.
Yeah.
All right.
We have a QR code there and a link down at the bottom that will get you to this presentation so that you can have it for future reference.
Yes. Okay. So I'm going to keep trying. We have a command center here, don't we, Scott?
Yes, we do.
So I'm going to be trying to navigate, see if I can get out of this. All right. So what's first, Scott?
First thing we're going to do is talk about Microsoft Sway.
Microsoft Sway? Is it like that?
Yeah, exactly.
Hey,
Yeah.
wait a minute, Scott.
What?
Hey, did you know that when I grew up, I wanted to be a monk?
Really?
Yeah, but I never got the chance.
Oh my gosh. Yeah.
The chance. See, Scott, hey, where are our sound effects?
Yeah. I think our sound.
There it is. There it is.
All right.
We're off to the races.
Off and running. Well, let's talk about Microsoft Sway.
Microsoft
So
Sway.
Microsoft Sway is a presentation tool that is really neat.
Yes.
It will do all of the design for you. All you have to do is put the information in.
Just does it for you.
It does everything for you. You
Wow.
can like share interactive reports. You can do presentations. You can do personal stories, just pretty much anything.
It's got templates.
There are templates there that you can start from if you want.
Huh.
Another thing that's got, if you scroll back up to the top there, you notice over on the right side, you can start from a document.
Or a topic or a document.
A topic or a document.
Okay.
So the documents that if you got, let's show them that first document that we've created down
Okay.
there.
That would be the Titanic
The
document.
Titanic document.
Okay. So in this one,
In this document, all the text is in the front and the
Right.
pictures are at the bottom, which it will create a fair presentation. Let's just go ahead and show them that presentation that we've created.
okay.
I'll tell you what, why don't we hide that toolbar up the top so that we can hide the floating. Yeah, there we go.
There we go.
All right.
Now we're
Now.
cooking.
So let's hit play.
Okay.
So here's your document.
It looks okay.
It looks okay,
Where'd it go?
but
There
it can
is.
even be better.
So now we've just got the text up here in the pictures,
Correct.
right? But
So if we go down and look at that other document that we have, and you have pictures interspersed with text.
oh, they're all in there, all in the text and stuff.
Exactly.
Okay, so that's the
So
difference.
what we're going to do, let's go back to that presentation and
Right.
show the second one.
Right.
All right, and we're going to click play.
We'll play that one.
All right, so
That's fancy.
this one came in like this, but it can get even better.
Yeah.
So
What if I don't like this one?
if you don't like this one, we're going to change it. So
Okay.
you go back to edit,
Edit,
and over there on the left, there's a design tab.
design it.
Yep.
Okay.
So what you're going to do is go over to the styles,
Look at that.
and you can change it from a horizontal presentation to a vertical.
I'm more of up and down.
Yeah. Or you can do slides,
Okay.
or you can go down and choose different colors and text styles.
That. So
Yeah.
I can just change it up.
Yes, you can.
Okay.
But if you want to make it even easier than that, you see the remix button up at the top?
Remix, is that like wiki, 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 wow?
Kind of, yeah.
Huh.
It's a little bit like that. But click on that button and see what happens.
Okay. Oh, look, it just changed it.
Yeah, I did. And you can do it again.
Can I just keep doing it over and
You
over
can
until
do
I like
as
it?
many times as you want.
So you're telling me that all I got to do as a student is put in the content
Yeah.
and Sway does everything else. So I can
Everything.
spend all my time focusing on the content.
That's correct. So now I like that presentation now. So let's play it now and look at it.
Okay.
So now you have a fantastic presentation that looks snazzy
Yeah.
and you're ready to go.
That is
Okay.
cool.
All right.
Loving it. Loving it.
Okay.
What's next, Scott?
We're going to talk about Microsoft Outlook next.
Outlook, that's emails and things.
That's correct.
Okay, so here we are. We're back on the email.
All right. Bob, did you know that you can automatically file an email into a folder?
No,
Yeah.
Are you serious? All right, I got an email from Amy.
All right. So we're going to file that email from Amy. But what we're going to do, I see you've already got a folder for Amy created there.
Let's say I didn't have it
But
there.
if you didn't have it there, if you right click on the inbox,
Right.
and you go to new folder,
New
and
folder,
then you type in,
and I would type in
let's do Beasley for
Beasley.
Amy Beasley.
Okay, so she's gonna have two folders.
She will.
That's all right.
All
I
right.
like it.
Okay. Now,
Okay,
so what we're going to do is go over to the email and right click.
right click on it, lots of words
And
there.
about halfway down, you should see
Rules.
the rules. Yeah,
Yeah.
there it is.
There it is, right there.
Yep. All right. So, and then you can always move messages from Amy Beasley. So then you can go in and choose the folder that you want to add
And
it
just
to.
click
Click
OK.
OK.
And then anytime she sends me an email, it's gonna go right into that
It'll
folder.
go right to that
I don't
folder.
have to worry.
Now,
about
the bad downside to that is you don't get the flags letting you know that you have something new from Amy.
Right.
So you would have to periodically check.
Huh.
But one thing that you can do to make that even easier is you can move Amy's folder to the favorites.
Oh,
So if you right click on it, you can move it up to the favorites and it should pop up there at the top.
where it says add to favorites,
Yeah.
and then she's right up there,
There we go.
special up at the top.
Correct.
What happens if I don't really want her to be special anymore?
All right, if you want to get rid of that, if you right click on it, you can remove from favorites.
I can remove it from the favorites, and then she's back there below in the steerage.
That's correct.
Huh.
Okay.
Nifty, loving it, Scott.
All
What
right.
else we got?
Now we've got some shortcuts, some keyboard shortcuts that'll make life easier.
Cuts, I
for you.
like that.
So click on your calendar over there.
Okay, I'll click on the calendar.
All right. Now, let's say you were working in your calendar and you needed to quickly get back to your email.
Yeah,
You could hit the control key and the number 1,
Control 1.
and that's going to take you
I'm
right back to
on
email.
my inbox.
Yep.
How cool is that?
So let's say you wanted to move quickly back to your calendar. You could do the control 2 key.
Control 2. I'm seeing a pattern.
Yep. And what do you think control 3 is going to get you?
I don't know. Do you think it takes me to the beach?
Unfortunately, not. No, it won't do that.
No,
But it will take you
man.
to your contacts.
Contacts. Okay, let's try it.
Yeah.
Well, there's April.
Right. She's
Right
one of
there.
our great contacts.
Yes, she is.
All right. Then if you do control 4, it's going to take you to your task list.
Task. I don't want tasks. I don't like that.
Yeah, we
I'm
shouldn't
going
have
back to
tasks on
email.
Saturday
No,
morning.
Absolutely not.
Yeah. All right.
Absolutely not.
Those are some keyboard shortcuts,
Okay.
but you also have some drag and drop features.
This is the coolest thing ever
Yes,
right here.
indeed. All right. So if you have a new contact, let's say maybe from Daniel Dotson down
Okay.
there,
Yeah.
you could drag Daniel Dotson up to your
Dragging him.
contacts.
There we go. Up to contacts
Yeah.
and just drop him there.
Just drop it
drop
there.
him in there. And
So, well,
let's try Amy.
all right, let's try Amy.
Boom.
There we go. So it creates a contact for Amy and puts all the information in there. It will even have a copy of the
It
email.
even
in
has
there.
the email, and you can edit it and change it, and it's automatic.
Yeah, and where this is great is, let's say you have a parent that emails you quite frequently.
Right.
You can create a contact for that parent and then put their student's name in there, and then you have it.
Right.
It's fantastic.
What else can I drag, Scott?
All right, so you can drag mail to your contacts.
Okay. I can drag the mail over to the contacts.
Yeah.
All right. So what if I go to my
Oh,
contacts?
then if you drag your contact, let's say you want to drag April over
April.
to the
The
mail,
mail.
It'll create a new email for April.
There's an email ready
There
to
we
send
go.
to April.
Yeah.
Ready to go.
And then let's say if you drag April over to your calendar,
Drop
it'll
right there.
create an event for her.
Ah.
Maybe you want to have a meeting with her.
Right.
Okay.
Okay. We got stuff to talk about.
Yep.
Okay. What
Then
else?
if you drag April over to the task list,
This is what I like right here.
we could set up a task and maybe have April bring us a Diet Coke.
Bring me
or
a
something.
Sonic drink.
Right, yeah.
How about that?
Okay, so I think that's pretty much all of the drag and drop features we're going to talk about.
That's it for the drag and the drop?
Yeah.
Okay.
Now, did you know that you can view your email and your calendar side by side?
No way.
Just a click.
No way.
Yeah. So you're in your email right there.
Right.
If you want to view your calendar beside it,
Yeah.
if you right click on the calendar and open it in a new
Open
window,
in a new window.
Yeah.
There it is.
then you can drag and drop it and snap it on the side.
Snap it.
Yeah.
Snappy snap.
So do that. Go all the way over to the side there. There you go.
There it is.
And then,
then-
you can do your calendar on the other side. There we go.
There it is.
All right. Now, you can get out of this. All of these things that we've been doing are only available in the Microsoft app.
Right.
But if you want to see some stuff that is in the online, that's only available online, that's what we're going to show you right now. So we're going to shut down the app.
Okay.
And we're going to go to email. All right. So this next thing this is what our weekly calendar looks like.
Whoa, my goodness. That's crazy. That's a lot of things going on there.
Indeed. But if you want to have a calendar board, which is like a bulletin board with a whole slew of things, if you click on board up there in the middle of the taskbar.
Bored? Does that mean you're bored? You just don't have anything to do?
No, not really. This,
It's like a canvas.
it's like a canvas.
It's like a blank canvas.
Correct. Yeah.
Okay.
So you have a calendar there and you have a task list. You can do a clock.
Huh.
There are notes in there, but
I got a note in there.
you can actually even add more.
Can I add more stuff?
Go
Because
up
there's a
there
lot of
to
space.
Add to the board.
Oh.
So there's a list of some quick stuff, but
Tasks.
you can click that
Files.
show all.
Oh, there's more.
You could do a link.
Weather.
You could know what's going to happen in the weather.
Yeah.
So there's just a whole slew of things there for
And it'll
you.
just stay there. And then when I bring it up, it's just there for me.
That's correct.
That's cool.
Yeah.
Loving it. Loving it.
All right. I think we're ready to go on to our next thing.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, what's next? What do we got next on our list here, Scott?
Microsoft Word.
Microsoft Word, loving Microsoft Word. And there's lots of different cool things that you can do with Microsoft Word. Scott, are you
Okay.
ready to go with that?
Exactly. Yeah.
Hey, Scott.
What?
Scott, who's known to
Hey,
be.
guys.
Yes.
Before you jump into Microsoft Word, we had put your poll in on YouTube. And
Okay.
you can see if you hop over to the YouTube chat, your question that you had asked us to post for you was, you can access Outlook calendar board in both the Outlook online and the Outlook app. And we actually have people that said true and false. Would you like to address that before moving on to Microsoft Word?
Yes.
So we had 89% that said true and 11% that said false.
The only way to access the calendar board is online.
Online.
Yeah.
Yep.
So
That's Microsoft, they like to have the apps and they like to have the online. And
yeah.
some things you can only do in one and the other.
We kind of like to say Microsoft sometimes is schizophrenic. They don't know who they are.
They kind of are. Yeah.
But anyway.
we do drink the Microsoft Kool-Aid
Yeah,
here
we
in
sure
Eagle
do.
Mountain, Saginaw.
We certainly do.
Anyway,
Okay.
where was I, Scott? I think I was trying to tell a joke.
I think you were.
Okay. Who is known to be the patron saint of emails?
I don't know. Who?
Saint Francis of Assisi.
Oh my God.
Oh, man. All right, Scott.
All right, let's go on with Microsoft
Do we still have
Word.
anybody in the audience at all?
Maybe.
It's hard to tell because
It is
it's an
hard to
empty
tell.
room.
Yeah, it really is.
All right.
Anyway.
Let's see.
All right. So we're going to talk about some shortcuts for Microsoft
Okay.
Word.
All right.
All right. So did you know that let's say I teach English
Okay,
and I was going to help you with this paper here.
yeah,
And I want you to have a page break between the first paragraph and the second paragraph.
slice it.
Going to slice it, yeah. So what we're going to do is hit Control and Enter,
Control, Enter.
and that's going to create a new page.
Create a new page.
Yeah.
Just like that.
Pretty easy.
Easy peasy.
All right, so we're going to go back.
Okay.
Now, let's say that you want to select a specific word quickly.
Okay, I just like to do this.
Well, it's much easier than dragging like that.
Oh, really?
If you just double click on a
Double
word,
click on it?
Yeah.
It just gets it.
it will get it. And if you triple click, it'll do the
Triple.
whole paragraph.
1, 2, 3.
Yeah.
Boom.
Fantastic.
The whole thing.
Okay. All right. Then you see that fancy text down there at the bottom in red?
Yes, I do.
All right. So let's highlight that.
It looks avant-garde.
Yeah. If you want to copy that formatting,
Okay.
if you do Control-Shift-C.
Control-Shift copy.
Yeah.
Okay.
And then if you want to transfer that to that other paragraph right there, you could do Control-Shift-V.
I should have just triple clicked on that.
You should have.
Control-Shift-V.
Yep.
There it is.
There it is.
Now I've got all this red goth print. No, I don't like that, though, Scott.
Okay. Well, if you don't like it, you can do Control-Shift and N and remove it.
Control-Shift, and as in Nancy,
N
and
as
it's
in
gone
Nancy.
just like that in a flash.
All right, so that's all with that, but I'm going to talk to you about the search or the find tab.
Okay.
All right, so let's say we want to see how many times we use the word the in this. If you hit Control F.
Control F.
Yeah.
Okay.
And then,
Oh, it's
see,
already there.
It's already there.
Let's pick another word. Let's choose V. And.
Yeah. So there it highlights all of the ands and
Look.
it's super
Just
fast.
finds it for you.
Yep. Okay.
It does it for you.
All right, so let's talk about Control A. Control A will highlight everything in the document. So if you'll work on that, if you'll
Okay.
hit Control A,
Got it.
there it is.
There it is.
And then if you want to undo something, like let's click Control Z,
Control Z just makes it
and it
stop.
puts it
Oh,
back.
look.
Now see it, put that out. So how did I teach you how to take that formatting out? Control Shift
Control-Shift,
N.
N.
There we go.
There
So
it
now
is. Now it's back to
everything's
normal.
good. All right.
Ooh, I'm a fast learner,
You
Scott.
are, you are. So do you know how to delete text?
Yes, I do. So I'm going to click right here, and then I'm going to just do
No,
backspace,
no,
backspace,
no,
backspace.
no. There's
No.
an easier way.
Oh,
If you hit Control and
Control.
backspace, it'll do the
backspace.
whole word.
That's fast.
That's super fast.
That's like NASCAR fast.
Yes, sir.
Wow.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
All right. Now, let's say you wanted to do, you've been working on this document for several hours
Right.
and you needed a couple of more paragraphs, but you don't want to do it right now, but you
Okay.
want to have a placeholder.
I need to have it in there
Yeah.
so I know to go back in there and that's a
Correct.
paragraph.
You
goes
know,
there.
so there's a code that you can type in
Okay.
to do a
Oh,
placeholder.
that sounds scary.
Yeah, well, no,
Coding.
it's a simple code.
It is. Okay.
So there's two different types you can do. You can do lorem ipsum.
Who's Laura Mipson?
She's that lady from accounting.
Oh, she's famous.
Yeah, she is. But anyway, you can do lorem ipsum or you can do a random.
Oh, just
Okay.
random.
Yeah.
Okay.
So we'll do the
Let's
lorem
try it.
ipsum first.
All right. We'll do
So
Lorem first.
you're going to type the equal sign
Equals
and then you're going to do lorem.
Lorem.
Yeah.
Okay.
And then you're going to do parentheses.
Okay.
And then you're going to put in a number for the paragraphs that you want
So
and
it's-
a number for the number of sentences that you want,
Wait, 2 paragraphs,
comma,
6 sentences.
6 sentences, and then
Close.
closing.
And then hit enter.
Yep,
And there it is.
yep.
There's that Lorem
But-
Ipsum
Well,
stuff,
it's kind of pig Latin type.
Pig
stuff,
Latin.
Yeah. But if you don't want that,
like eBay.
yeah, if you
Oh,
don't
no,
like
that's
that,
Okay.
why don't we go back? And we can change the lorem to rand, R-A-N-D,
RAND.
Yeah.
Okay, let's try that. See what that looks like.
and it will do it as well.
Okay. Let's see. Ah,
There you go.
and it just holds it right there for
Holds
me.
it right there.
Then-
Now, what is it that I taught you to, if you don't want it, you could undo it?
Control Z.
Control Z, yes, sir.
Control Z makes it all go away.
All right, now, is there a word in this document that maybe you'd like to know it a little bit better? You don't know quite what it means.
Yeah, well, I'm gonna go with powerful.
All right, so highlight powerful,
Powerful.
and right click
On it.
and do the search powerful about halfway down.
Powerful.
And then it will open up on the side there a definition. It
Oh,
will
yeah.
tell you, how the synonyms and the antonyms.
Right.
It'll have a visual media for that word.
Right.
It'll even tell you what documents you have in your
There it is.
OneDrive that
Cool.
that
And other
uses.
documents that use it.
that's correct.
That is cool.
All right. So, when you're writing these, wait, let's bring that back for just a second.
All right. Oops, Scott, I'm getting lost here. There we go. Now we got it. I'm moving my picture around. There we go. Now we're back.
Now make it big
Okay.
right here.
There it is. All right.
All right. Now,
Back.
let's say you want to avoid eye strain.
Okay.
You've been working on this document for hours
Yeah.
and,
It wears me out.
it wears you out.
Okay.
So what you're going to do is go to File over
Files.
there, and you're going to go down to the Account tab at the bottom,
Count.
and then you have the theme there.
Okay.
So we're in dark gray right now, which is very cool.
Yes, it is cool.
All right, so let's look and see what others they have.
All right.
Let's try colorful.
Colorful?
Yeah.
Okay, let's do colorful.
Whoa,
Oh, man.
that-
No,
yeah.
no.
Let's
I don't like it. I
Yeah,
don't like
that's
it.
too
That's
bright.
too bright.
Yeah.
That's too bright.
try black.
Black. Oh,
That-
man.
that's kind of dark.
That's
Put me to
depressing.
sleep,
Yeah, I
yeah.
don't know about that.
So I would say dark gray.
I
works
like
the
the
best.
I like the
Yeah.
dark gray.
Yeah,
I like the
definitely.
dark gray, definitely.
All right. So I think that is pretty much all we were going to show in Microsoft Word.
Are we done with Microsoft Word?
I think so.
Huh.
Hey, Bob,
Hey, yes.
how does a computer get drunk? It takes screenshots.
Screenshots, get it? Screenshots. There's one. Let's see if I can get it. Aha.
All
All
right.
right.
So I think we're going to take just a second and allow our host to put up the attendance.
We're pausing
Code.
for station identification.
Yes.
Great. You are making us laugh so hard. Okay, before we do that, we have your poll results in. Did you click the link to go over to our YouTube so you can see it?
Oh, we did not.
We did not.
Because you
know.
asked, who is Lorem Ipsum? Is that how you say it? Ipsum?
Yeah. Lorem Ipsum.
She's in accounting.
Yes, but that's not what your poll results are saying at all.
What did they say?
20% think it works for you in your school district. Of course, 10% think it's a T. And I put this poll in after you said what it was too.
Oh.
Dr. Seuss, nobody said it was Dr. Seuss, but 69% of our people were actually paying attention to you.
Okay.
Very good. Very good.
So that's super awesome. So yes, we want to do attendance. Thank you everybody for being with us this morning. I hope you're having as much fun as I am. You know what? You guys are better than coffee.
Right.
Our secret code, please do not put it in the chat because we want to make sure people are actually with us, participating and listening. The secret code is micro, M-I-C-R-O, and Lelaine is posting in the chat for out of district and in district. There's two different links. So if you're out of district, make sure you're clicking the out of district link. If you happen to be one of our amazing Cypress Fairbanks employee, please click the in district. The only exception might be if you're a long-term sub, we wouldn't be able to put you in. So if you're a long-term sub, please put the out of district. But everybody else that works for Cypress Fairbanks, in district, please. And your secret code is micro. And of course, that information is also on your screen. While we're waiting for people to do attendance, you actually have, if you click on your chat window, Bob and Scott, 2 questions that I posted in there for you. One is from Ryan, and the other one is from.
Okay, so Ryan asks,
Christina.
does Control Z do the same thing as Control Shift N? Control Z will remove pretty much everything.
Right.
Control Shift N just does the formatting.
That's right.
Oh, good
It's
question,
specific.
Ryan. Okay.
And then I think Christina Richards says, can we get these tips online and in an accessible document? At the very beginning, actually, we'll flash that back up here at the end because we'll probably have a little bit of time. There was
Was
a
that
QR
you?
code and a web link.
Was
on
that your
very first
sway?
screen.
Was it your sway that you shared with us? Is that what we're sharing?
Yes,
This way.
yes,
Okay, yeah, so we can repost the sway in there for them to follow.
perfect, yeah.
Yes, absolutely. So I think, and just maybe a couple more seconds for those of you that still need that secret code, and then we'll throw it back at you.
All right, well, while we're waiting, I've got another dad joke for you.
Another.
Oh, we're loving those this morning.
Another one, yeah.
Oh, no.
My laptop started suddenly belting out "Someone Like You." It obviously is Adele.
Oh, boy. I didn't know you had that one, Scott. That's great.
You were saving that one, weren't you?
Yes, indeed.
Oh, man.
Okay, we're going to let you have it back, and we're going to enjoy the rest of our session with you. Don't go away because they have more amazing stuff. I think you said your next topic is PowerPoint. No,
PowerPoint.
PowerPoint is next.
and we have another poll to go in there for you. So Bob and Scott, if you click that link for the YouTube, just don't play the YouTube along with you. You can actually see the poll results as they come in as well.
Okay.
Okay, so we're going to do the PowerPoint about halfway through your part on PowerPoint.
Perfect. All right.
Okay.
All right, Scott. So now we're back.
Yeah, we're back.
We're back. So I
So,
need to let me make some adjustments here.
all right,
Let's see, which one is it, Scott? Hide the floating meeting control.
yes,
There we go. And
Indeed.
now we want to get rid of this.
Yep.
And now we're cooking.
I get the,
Yeah, you get that.
I get the
It's
controls
my
now.
turn to talk now, Scott.
Indeed,
How about that?
indeed.
PowerPoint. Everybody loves PowerPoint. PowerPoint's been around for forever.
Yes, it has.
Right? Teachers love it. We're all comfortable with it.
Uh-huh.
It's kind of like chicken soup,
It is kind of
Isn't it?
like chicken soup.
right? It's been around, but Microsoft is still improving it,
Oh,
right?
okay.
And we're going to show you just a couple of things just to make it a little bit cooler. Maybe you know it, maybe you don't. We'll see. Okay. The first one goes back to what we were talking about at the beginning about how kids just like to play around and use all the bells and whistles and
Right.
not do the content, right?
Right,
Well, PowerPoint can solve that with Slide Master.
Okay.
So if you go up to View,
all right, so view, if I can get this mouse to work. There we
and you go to Slide Master.
go. Uh-huh. There we are.
Now it's a stop, shop,
Yeah.
stop and shop,
Okay. you'll
one-stop
get it.
shop
Uh-huh.
for your formatting. So
Okay, so
whatever
if I
you
go
do
on
up there
themes.
in that ribbon, it's going to do it for the whole presentation. So you don't have to
Oh,
format
there you
every
go.
single slide,
That's pretty amazing.
right? Is that cool or
Yeah.
what?
Okay,
so-
yeah,
That makes life easy.
I'm gonna close that down. Yeah.
All right, bullets. Bullets are great
Yeah.
for organizing your
Yeah.
information, keeping everything
Keeps
looking
everything
good,
Looking
right?
good, yep.
But sometimes you need to have bullets under bullets. You
Okay.
need to have sub bullets.
Yes.
Right? And if you try to get involved with trying to make it line up and with the space bar and all that business,
Right.
it can get out of whack. It can get wonky and look real bad real quick,
Okay,
right? So if you click right before the gas
okay, yeah.
and you click on the tab, it just
That's amazing.
nests it right.
Oh, and
And
you
if
can-
you go
you-
again, it takes it even
Even
further.
further. Okay, yeah, I like that.
Now, if you want to go the other direction,
Yeah,
get at this. You ready, Scott?
I'm ready.
Shift tab,
Shift tab.
and it goes back
There you go.
just like that.
That's
How
pretty
about
amazing.
that?
What about these bullets? Can I change those?
You can.
How
You can change
how do I do
them.
that?
So if you go up there to the home button,
Okay,
so if you look, okay, let's do this, Scott. Go ahead and highlight all that stuff
Okay.
down there. I see where
Highlight.
we're going. Yep, highlight them.
Get it.
Let's
I'm
try
gonna
it.
do Control Z.
There you
Alright.
go.
There we go. All right,
Now right click on it.
right click.
Let's do, uh-oh, Scott, are we failing?
We are failing.
We're failing. Okay, go up there to insert
Insert. I'm
and
gonna choose pictures.
Pictures.
No,
Let's
I don't
do
think it is.
smart art.
Smart art, that's it.
All right, Scott. All right, Scott. I think we're historically failing on
yeah.
this one.
I think we're just gonna move on to the next
We'll
tab.
come back to it.
Yeah, we'll come back to
We'll
it.
come back to it. Hey, there's my new artwork.
Oh my gosh,
What do you think about that?
that looks like Chris Farley.
It is Chris Farley in a Van Gogh. He's down by the river.
Oh.
Down by the riverside.
Okay, well, let's move on to the next tab. All right, why do we have this cow here?
Scott, have you ever had a cow?
I had a cow when I was young.
Have you ever had like multiple cows?
No, I just had one. I had a
I've
calf.
had multiple cows. I'm gonna show you how to have multiple cows.
Okay, show me how to have
Okay, so if you click on that cow
Uh-huh,
and you hold down the control button
all right, so
and you drag him, now you got 2 cows.
we should show this to the ranchers.
We should,
Yeah,
we should,
okay.
absolutely. Okay,
What else can I do?
now, if you want to have a line, your cows in a line, you
Yeah.
know, your cows in a row,
Right,
right? So if you click on that picture and you do Control Shift,
uh-huh.
now you can drag them in a straight line.
Oh, it won't let me,
Right.
it won't
Yeah.
let me go diagonally.
Right.
What about,
Or you can go down.
I can go down even.
Yes.
Oh,
You
well,
can,
that's pretty fantastic.
right? How cool is that?
Yeah. It is.
All right.
Now,
Well, I've got to move our picture out of the
yeah,
way.
we need to, there we go. Let's fix this.
There we go. All right.
All right, now, close that down.
Close that down.
All right, now, here we are.
Okay, Scott, organize those pictures, make it look good.
I'm not very good at organization.
Well, it's a good thing that PowerPoint is.
Oh,
Yes.
so I
So-
can arrange these pictures nicely?
Yep. If you
How-
go over there to design
Okay, so I'm gonna do design.
and you go to designer,
Click on the designer.
and now you're going to get options. Does it for you.
Oh,
Does it
okay,
for
so
you.
let's look
It'll
at
turn
this.
it into circles. Circles and
That's
things and
incredible.
all of the cool things.
There it is. We should send this to the printer.
You like that
Yeah,
one?
we sure should.
Okay.
Okay. Let's go to this next. Oh, you're gonna talk about the presentation of it.
Right. So when you're presenting, make sure you're in presenter view. Okay.
All right.
So, and I'll show you where that is. If you go to slideshow
All right, slideshow.
and make sure that use presenter view, make sure that's checked.
Okay,
Because when that's checked, then you get, this is what the presenter sees. And not only do you see the slide that's currently being shown,
Mhm.
you see the next slide that's coming up.
oh, like right here.
Yeah, any notes that you might have.
Okay.
Okay. And you've also got some nifty controls down there at the bottom, like a pointer.
Oh,
You can show all the slides at once. You can do subtitles. You can even make a slide go away. Like you got some
Oh, you can hide
unruly kids. Yes. You can say, hey, get it together before I'm going to start. Right.
fantastic.
You can turn your camera on and off, among other things.
Right.
Okay.
Okay, well, that's cool.
Now, if you're doing a fancy schmancy presentation like we are,
Yes,
okay, formal,
very,
right?
very formal.
And you got to practice.
Yeah,
You got to practice. You got to make sure you're polished, right?
Okay.
Polished, okay? Like we are. We're polished.
right, yeah.
Okay, so if you click on the next slide,
Okay, let's go to the next slide.
you can use the coach.
Oh,
You can rehearse with a coach. So if you go up there to slideshow,
yeah,
there's a button that says rehearse with coach. So when you click on that, PowerPoint will listen and watch you do your presentation. And then it'll give you this feedback.
right.
It'll tell you how long it took you to do it, how many slides, did you read off of the slides or were you original? Did you use any sensitive phrases?
Okay,
Okay, your pace, was your pace good? Was your pitch good or bad?
oh,
Okay,
yeah,
and fillers. Were you using the
gotcha.
all those things?
Right,
Right,
okay.
so it helps you, right?
Okay, well, that's
It
pretty
helps.
cool. All right, hey, Bob,
Yes, Scott.
when does a joke become a dad joke?
I don't know, Scott, when does a joke become a dad joke?
When it becomes apparent.
A parent? No way. way.
Right.
No way,
Yeah.
no way. All right, how many more of these do we have,
Oh,
Scott?
just a few more. Let's talk about, what are you going to talk about?
I think Forms is next.
Forms? All right.
Forms, not Google.
Not
No,
Google.
no. We drink the Microsoft Kool-Aid here.
Right.
This is Microsoft Forms. Microsoft Forms.
There we go. All right. So there's Microsoft Forms.
It's like Google Forms,
Yeah.
but it's not. It's
Oh, okay.
Microsoft Forms.
All right.
Okay. So just like Google Forms, you can have sections.
Yeah.
So it's good to have if you're going to get general information, create a section for that, and then create a section for the body of your form.
Right.
Okay. Let's look at some of the choices here. Now, one cool thing that you can do in Microsoft Forms, you can set up to upload a file. So if kids are working on a document, a Word document, a PowerPoint or whatever, they can upload that file to that question basically and turn it in.
Oh, okay. So you can actually set a file size limit of
Up to 1 gig.
up to 1
That's
gig.
major.
That's a big file.
10 megs should do it, but
Or
1
probably
gig
should,
has some videos and stuff.
I would think that if you limited it to 10 megs, then they wouldn't be able to send you some virus or something,
Right,
would they?
right.
Yeah.
I think that's why it defaults
I got you.
to that. Another cool thing is on the multiple choice now, you can add pictures.
Oh,
Okay,
so
you can add pictures.
got all the
So see,
logos
so I've
there.
got all the Microsoft stuff on there, so you can
Yeah.
add the pictures to it. Kind of makes it flashy,
Right.
a little more snazzy.
Okay.
Okay,
That's good.
the standard short and long answer.
Oh,
If you
okay.
click on there, you can change it to, if you just need 2 or 3 words, or you can make it a paragraph.
I like
That's
that.
pretty standard.
Oh, and this required thing, what does that do?
Oh, so that requires the kid can't skip it. They
Oh,
can't
that's
skip it.
That's
Yeah,
great.
they got to do it.
Yep.
Yep.
What's this next thing?
That is the rating. Now, the cool thing about this is you can change it from stars to numbers. You can click on that drop down.
Oh, okay.
Say hearts.
There
Isn't
we
that
go.
cute?
And I can even change the number
Yeah,
of,
you can have up to 10.
there we go. I like
You
that.
like 10?
Yeah.
Okay.
All right.
Here's ranking.
Oh,
So you
okay.
can rank the
And
tools from your
And
favorite.
that's in my opinion.
Right.
Oh,
That's in your
That's great.
opinion. Yes, indeed.
all
Yes,
right.
Then this next one is called the Likert. I guess
Oh, okay.
Likert's a name. Likert's a guy.
I guess so. Yeah.
Likert scale.
Yeah. Hey, would you strongly agree that we are really doing well with Microsoft 365?
I would, Scott. I would say that we are clearly rocking it. We kind of got a little goobered up in the
Right.
PowerPoint
Yeah, a little bit.
a little bit, but overall, I think we're doing pretty good.
Yeah.
Overall, I think we're doing all right.
Okay.
What's the last one? It is on a scale of 1 to 10. Your standard
there
on
we
a
go.
scale of 1 to 10.
Yeah.
How would you rate Microsoft Forms? I mean, you got to give it a 9.
Yeah.
I mean, you got to give it a solid
Solid
9.5.
Yeah.
9.5.
9.9.
Right?
Yeah.
9.9.
All right. What else in this?
There's some custom controls.
Oh,
Yeah,
okay.
if you
So
go over there to 3 dots, seems like custom controls are always have 3 dots.
right.
Right. So if you go to settings,
Yeah.
okay, now you've got some options.
Oh, okay.
So you can set a start date. You can set an end date.
Yeah.
Now, this one's cool. You can set a time duration.
Oh,
So if you've got a form and you need it to be, your warm up, say 5 minutes.
okay.
So the kids have to have it done in 5 minutes
Right.
from when they open it.
Okay.
You also have the option to shuffle questions. The reason that's grayed out is because this particular forms already has answers. So if
Okay.
they don't have
So if
answers,
they've
they can
answered it, you
shuffle.
can't change it.
Right, right.
Okay.
Okay, there's a progress bar. You can hide, submit another response. So if you don't want the kids to see or parents to see, are able to submit another response. And you can also set up a customized thank you message if you're sending out a form to parents. That's always a good
Oh, okay.
idea.
All right. Like if you were my only student, I could say, thanks, Bob, for taking my survey.
Exactly
Okay,
right.
very good.
Exactly right.
What else?
There are a couple of ways that you can share
Oh,
a
okay.
form. So if you go over there to collaborate or duplicate, now those are fancy words that, we've all heard before,
Correct. They
but
talk about collaboration in school all the time.
all the time.
Yeah.
We're all collaborators.
Yes. So if we collaborate on a form,
Yeah.
how does that work?
If you collaborate, so you're sharing the form with somebody and you're going to work on that particular form together.
Okay.
So if I were to share this form with you as a collaboration, then when you make changes, I see the changes and it changes that form.
Okay.
But
But you're the owner of it.
I'm the owner of it,
Okay.
right? And we both change it together. But if I share it as a template,
Yeah.
then you get a copy, your own copy of it.
Okay.
So if you
Well,
make changes.
now I have a question.
All right,
Under the collaboration, who gets the results?
I do. I get the
Oh,
results.
I can't see.
You will see the results too, but I'm the owner of it.
But do you have to share the results with
I don't
me?
believe so.
Okay.
Don't believe
All right.
so. Don't
All
believe
right.
so.
But if you share it as a template,
Right,
that's just a copy that I
Right.
get and it's mine.
exactly.
In my OneDrive.
Exactly. It's not gonna change
Okay.
mine then.
All right. Very
Once
good.
yours changes.
Very
Yeah.
good.
Yeah, clear as mud?
Clear as
Oh,
mud.
Clear as mud.
Yeah.
All right, let's see.
What's next? Maybe
Well,
the res-
let's see. We've got,
Is it the responses?
yeah, it is. Yeah, I missed
Yeah.
one. Okay, responses.
All
So
right,
this
so
is standard.
right
We know
there.
about this. Just like Google Forms, it gives a pretty comprehensive display of data.
Uh-huh.
You can open your data up in an Excel spreadsheet, but it also gives you pie charts and all kinds of
Oh.
different ways to look at.
I like those colors.
Yeah, I do too.
Yeah.
Look at your data there.
That's fantastic.
Pretty cool, right?
All right.
All right, now,
Hey.
Chris.
Hey, Bob,
Yes, sir.
did you know that dogs can't operate MRI machines?
MRI machines.
Yeah, but cats can.
Cats scan that
Yeah.
deserves an applause. Love it,
All
love
right,
it.
so let's go on.
We have to skip OneDrive because of time constraints.
Yeah, you can get to that in this way. You
Yes,
can see
OneDrive.
everything about OneDrive in there that you'd want to know.
OneDrive is just like Google Drive,
Yes.
okay? It's storage for you, but we're gonna skip over that for
Mhm.
time reasons, and we're gonna move on to just about one of our favorite, oh, there's another one.
Yeah.
There's
Yeah,
another one.
It is.
Man, my goodness, what are we doing, Scott?
We're just a couple of dads.
Okay, yeah. OneNote. OneNote is one of our favorite.
It is truly easy.
It really is. It's like, I'm gonna go back to the 80s here.
Yeah, a little bit.
It's like a digital trapper keeper.
Yeah.
For those of you from the 80s, trapper keepers are awesome. This is like a digital trapper keeper. It's a way to share and collaborate. There's that word again, collaborate,
Yeah.
but it's a file cabinet,
Oh, okay.
basically. Okay?
So can you create one of these for a class?
You can create a class
Oh.
notebook. You can create a staff notebook. You can create just a regular notebook, and not to get complicated, but OneNote comes in 3 versions.
Oh,
There's
wow.
3 because it's Microsoft. What do
Again,
you call it?
Schizophrenic.
Schizophrenic,
Yeah. Mhm.
right? So there's the
Definitely.
online version, the Windows 10 version, and the desktop version, which is what we're looking at here.
Yeah.
The desktop version. Anyway, man, I'm winded after saying that.
That's a lot.
All right. So
So what can we do in this?
well, if
OneNote?
you've got a boatload of OneNotes like we do, because we're in Microsoft world,
Right.
right? Then sometimes you need to find stuff quickly.
Right.
Well, if you search,
Okay, I'm gonna go over here to search.
yep, you can search for just about anything, like search for dad.
All right, so dad. Whoop,
What happened?
I don't know. Huh. Where's the file?
Let's go to my notebook.
I don't see that.
There it is, right there.
There we go.
There it is. Now we're back, and we're back.
Here we're back. All right. So
See how dad is highlighted
there we
right
go.
there?
I don't know what I hit, but I hit
Ooh.
something.
I don't
All
know.
right, so there it is. Highlights dad, and it also, what else?
Finds it everywhere. It
So
finds
the-
dad everywhere,
These are in all your OneNotes?
all over the place.
Wow, that's
Yes,
super.
all over the
That's
place.
fantastic.
Yeah.
All right, what else can we do in this?
We can share them. So
Oh,
we're gonna have to click on the share button up there,
okay.
and you click on share the entire notebook.
Yeah,
Now,
all right.
when you do this, you've got some choices. Okay, by
All right.
default, it's gonna say people in my organization, so my fellow teachers.
Okay,
Right.
that's good.
Now, you can also change it if you want to share it with people outside of your organization, click on that and choose anyone with a link.
Okay,
Now, that means anyone that has the link can open it.
right,
So you've got some more options there. You can give them options to view only or edit,
right.
but also there's an expiration date.
Okay,
You
now
can,
that's like a year from today.
right, you can make it less than a year.
Okay.
but not more than a year.
Oh, okay. Well,
Okay.
that's good to know too.
You can also set a password
All
if you
right.
wanted to password
Yeah.
protect it just for safety. You can
Okay.
also password protect sections, but that's a whole nother thing.
All right.
So let's go now. Let's click on people in your organization.
All right. And the date went away.
The date went away. Now you can also give them view or
Edit.
view only or edit rights
Okay.
there.
Pretty amazing.
Okay. Did you know you can email notes too, Scott?
No, I didn't know that.
You can. Like we could email this page.
All right. So let's look up
Let's go to
here.
home.
Home
think it's
tab.
There it is.
and
You
we're
can
gonna-
email the page. So when you click on email, it just pops that
Oh.
page right into an email and you're ready to type in who you want to send it to.
So I could send this to a parent, to
Yeah.
a student, to whoever.
That's right. Whoever you want to.
That's,
Right there.
that's awesome.
Yes.
Okay.
Yep. Did you know you can translate in OneNote
Really?
as well? Yes, you
So like
can.
what
Translate.
language?
Any language you want,
Oh,
really.
well,
So
all right,
let's say
so
we
let's
want to
try it.
translate this text. So we got that
All right.
highlighted.
yeah. So
Right.
let's go up to view, I think. Or is
Yeah.
it review? I think it's review.
Let's try it.
Yeah,
There it
review.
is. There it is.
So we're going to translate it. We're going to select the text.
Yeah. Let's see if it works. There it goes.
There you go.
Way to go.
Oh, so
OneNote.
it went to German.
German.
Well,
I
let's-
don't.
Let's do Spanish.
There's all kinds of things in there.
We can do Icelandic.
Wow.
Uh,
I can't even pronounce half those things.
Right. Let's keep scrolling.
Norwegian.
here. Norwegian. We'll get to Spanish in a minute. There we go. There's Spanish.
Okay, that's one we want to use.
All right. So
And then,
and you can actually go in here and drop down below it
right, and insert it.
and then insert.
There it goes. Boom.
That's pretty
Just
amazing.
like that.
Yep.
Just like that.
Okay.
Hey, Scott, I got a bonus. How much time do we have?
Well, don't we want to show them the screen clipping first?
Yes, we do. We got
Yes.
two more things to show them.
Yeah.
Two more things. Okay, so let's go to a page where we want to
All right, so
copy.
Let's click back in here. Oh, we can do the CAD
Okay,
scan.
now let's go back to OneNote.
All right, so we're going to go back to OneNote,
And then we're going to go to Insert,
insert.
and we're going to choose Screen Clip.
Yep.
And see, it takes you back to
Takes
it.
you back, and then I can highlight it.
Yep,
And
and
we'll pop it right in.
bam,
And
right there.
it even gives you where it came from.
Just, yeah,
That's
that's cool.
fantastic.
Okay, so let's click out of Translator.
All right.
All right, one more thing.
Yeah.
Bonus. Hey, did you know that you can take notes in OneNote without even being in OneNote?
No. How do you
Yes.
do that?
You get out of OneNote.
I'm out. of one.
Get out of OneNote, close the
There we
OneNote.
are. All right, now.
Okay, now, what you want to do, whenever you need to take a note,
Uh-huh.
okay, get the milk, whatever.
Right.
You're gonna hit Windows Alt N,
All right. So
Windows Alt
Alt
N. and
It's going to come up. There
right
it
there, you
is.
see it?
Yep.
Now you just type
I'm
that
gonna
note
drag
in
it over
there.
here so everybody can see it really well.
Type
So
in the
let's
note.
say, get the milk.
Get the milk. Now, there's
All
two
right.
things you can do. If you get out of it,
Uh-huh.
it's still there, but it doesn't have to be. You can make that note stay there by
Okay.
clicking on those three dots.
Yeah.
And you go to View, I think it's View, and always on top. And then that
Oh, okay.
way, it's kind of like putting a sticky note on your screen.
Right. It's
Right.
always there. Yeah.
But if you get away from it,
Yeah.
and if you close it,
Uh-huh. Close.
now go back to OneNote,
All right. We're in OneNote.
okay, and now click on the drop down up there
Okay.
and go down to Quick Notes. There it is, and there's my note.
Get the milk.
Keeps the notes right
That's
there.
Fantastic.
Keeps the notes right there. Okay,
Hey, Bob,
yes, sir.
what do you call a computer mouse that swears a lot?
I don't know, Scott.
Well, you call it a cursor.
A cursor, a cursor. Man, Scott, I think that's an ender.
That's
I
pretty
think
much the
that,
end.
I think that is an ender right there.
Indeed. Yes.
Well, we sure do appreciate y'all letting us present to you guys this morning. That hopefully you learned a little something. Hopefully you laughed a little bit, and we'll answer any questions that you have. I don't know where we are with the time.
I think we're good.
We are in a good place, and you have two questions that we popped in the chat for you.
Okay. Has the functionality of OneNote improved? Yes, it has. There were several years ago that it was kind of clunky, but it has improved greatly over the years.
What I would suggest is that you utilize your Microsoft OneNote within a Microsoft Teams class. You're going to have a lot more functionality there. And we actually have lots of documentation on how that works and how to do that. So if you email me, contact us, we can definitely get you information on how to set up a class in Teams and then have a OneNote class notebook for that.
And that kind of leads into the next question. Would a teacher use a OneNote to keep all their resources and then add it to a Teams in the future? You can actually create a OneNote in the team and share it that way,
Right.
or you could create, actually, that would be the easiest.
That would be the way to go.
Yeah.
Now,
And
for
then-
teachers outside of our district, that's probably a really good recommendation. Inside our district, we use Schoology. And
Okay.
inside of Schoology, our teachers can create their OneNote class notebooks inside there. And we recommend that teachers keep their resources in the teacher section so
Gotcha.
that that is not visible for your students.
Gotcha.
We do have access to Teams in the district if you're interested in using Teams, but it's not something that we're allowed to use with our students. So keep that in mind as teachers in Cypress Fairbanks. We use Schoology as our LMS, and of course you can use OneNote, and it's a great add-in directly in Schoology. So feel free and reach out to us if you have questions about OneNote inside of Cypress Fairbanks, and we can help you work that into your Schoology classes that you have. We'd be happy to help you with that. And thank you, gentlemen. Your session was an absolute riot. I think this is definitely better than coffee. Did you take coffee this morning?
I did, but I don't think that, I really didn't need it because you guys were so great with the jokes and keeping us engaged, and from the shortcuts to all the new things that I didn't even know that you can do in forms. It's wonderful. And
Awesome.
getting people, up to date with OneNote and all the things that you can do with it now, and it's not as clunky, and you can, cut and paste and put pictures and all that kind of stuff. Wonderful, wonderful, wonderful. I'm sure that everyone's going to be looking back at this later to catch up on all the things that they might have missed during your presentation live.
Okay, wonderful. Our next session will be coming up after a short break. So feel free to take care of your personal needs. If you want to jump to the other channel or choose a session specifically, again, we do have 2 different channels, and that will allow me to take a moment right now to share with you. And Lelaine is putting the link so you can jump straight to our channel page so you can pick out which session. So we have finished our first group for the first session right here, the 10 session, which is 10 minutes from now for those of you joining us live. We have 2 options to choose from: Unlearning Traditional Research Skills and Adobe Premiere Rush in the Classroom. I think both are great options. Choose one live with us in just a few minutes, and feel free to watch the other one on demand.
So before we head to the next one, remember, we're going to take a little break. So I encourage you to go and take a break and maybe get some coffee if you need some, if the guys didn't wake you up already. And I'm also going to put in our chat. So in our chat, our Twitter handle. So make sure that you are sharing your learning throughout the day. Make sure you tag us at SciFair EdTech and use the hashtag SciFair CFISD EdTechLIVE. See y'all in a little bit.
Okay, and now to the commercial. Welcome to EdTechLIVE. We're happy that you're here today. I'm Tamara, and this is Ryan.
We would like to take a moment and welcome you to today's event and give you a little information about what to expect.
New sessions start every hour, and you can stay for the whole event or just watch the sections you're interested in seeing. There is a 10 to 15 minute break between each session where you can enter your attendance credit or take care of personal needs. During the live event, you also have 2 sessions each hour to choose from. After the live event, you can watch any of the other sessions on your own time.
During each session, the host will give you a link and a secret code to jot down. This will be the link you use to access the attendance forms, and you will enter the code onto the form. You can keep this form open throughout the event in a separate tab because you will have to do this for each session. You can still earn attendance credit if you are watching after the live event. However, you must submit by midnight tomorrow.
Within an hour of submitting your attendance, you should be receiving a response receipt. If you do not receive this email, please resubmit the attendance form and double check to make sure your email address is typed correctly.
We, along with our whole EdTech team, want to thank you again for being here today and enjoy your session. It will be starting.
Are you overwhelmed by everything on your ClassLink? There's a simple modification that can facilitate you and your students' productivity. If there's an app that you're regularly using, right-click, Add to Favorites. Did you see what happened there? It populated on your bottom taskbar. Think about how useful this would be for students that struggle finding textbooks or softwares that are maybe under additional resources. Right-click, Add to Favorites.
Here's a tiny tech tip. If you need to find something within a document, instead of searching each page of the document, all you need to do is click on Control F, and that way you can pull up this window where you can put in the item that you're looking for. Once you do that, once you enter it, you get all the matches for that word, and all you need to do now is hit next until you find exactly what you're looking for. So have a great day and enjoy this tiny tech tip.
Welcome back for our next session. Our next session's presenter name is Kristen Mattson. She is a professor who works at the University of Illinois, and I think that's where she's presenting from today.
Yeah.
So shout out to everybody up in Illinois. Woo, woo. She's also the managing partner of EdvolveLearning.com, which is a consulting company that supports digital citizenship, which is what we're here for today. And did you know she's an author too?
Oh, really?
Yeah.
How many books?
Well, I only know of two. One of them is Digital Citizenship in Action, and the other one is Ethics in the Digital World. Something that my moral compass is a little off sometimes. I might need to read that book.
Well, I think as adults, we need to brush up on some of those things, especially when you read stuff, right? And make sure that we're behaving properly. Yes?
So welcome, Kristen. I think, there you go.
Thank you so much for having me. I really, really appreciate it.
So our topic is coming up is unlearning those traditional research skills. And Kristen is going to school us on that. I think this timing right now is probably very perfect for that, wouldn't you say?
Yeah, spring research. Everybody's doing those big research projects this time of year, I think. At least I did when I was in the classroom. So Are we all set? Can you see my screen?
You are all set. Take it away.
Awesome. Thank you. So I am Dr. Kristen Mattson. If you would like to connect with me on social media, I'd love to add you to my professional learning network and learn from you. You can find me on Twitter, but also most other places, typically at Dr. K Mattson. But I also tweet at DigSit Doctors with my business partner, Dr. Leanne Lindsay. I am an adjunct professor at the University of Illinois. Most of my work is helping prepare pre-service and practicing teachers and school librarians to lead media and information literacy initiatives in their schools. So I teach all sorts of fun courses around media and information literacy. In my past life, I was a former middle school English teacher and a high school librarian. And so research was my jam. That was kind of what I did day in and day out, helping teachers with research. Today, we're going to go through.
Actually, Kristen, I hate to interrupt you. We're a little bit early starting, and I think because that's something that I forgot to do. I had promised you that I was going to go over how to split your screen.
Perfect.
And then I'm also going to do how to do a pop-out in YouTube. That's why we started a little bit early, because I wanted to show those two, because you have a Padlet that you're doing live with your audience today, right?
I do. Yeah, I was just about to talk to them about it. I'm going to share all sorts of resources today, but I also know that the genius is here in the room, and you all probably have some great resources to share too. So I wanted to give us a space where we could sort of crowdsource those things.
Absolutely. So the first thing, if you only have one screen with us today, you might be interested in knowing that you can actually split your screen into two, or you can take your window and hit the little Windows button on the bottom left of your keyboard, and then the left and right arrow, and it allows you to be able to split your screen. Also, if you wanted to be able to pop out YouTube, let me show you how to do that as well, because that's kind of a nifty trick that, if you don't know, this is making YouTube work for you, that's for sure. So let me take a moment to show you how to do that. And I got to actually bring up my browser to do that. So here's YouTube right here. And if you right click on YouTube and then right click again, you can actually do picture in picture, and check that out. So now I have my little YouTube down here, and I can be watching along and following along with Kristen, but also have her Padlet open and her other resources at the same time. The limitation to doing this is that I cannot see the chat. So if you want to do the chat, do the split screen, which is your Windows and left and right arrow. Notice that I've split my screen. And then now what I'm going to do is bring up my other screen so I can have both of my tabs open at the same time. I can readjust it so I can move it over if I need one screen to be bigger than the other. So how's that for a little nifty tiny tech tip before we get started today?
I didn't know that little YouTube tip. So thank you. I learned something too. Would you be able to share the link to the Padlet with everybody?
Yes. I did. I put it in there, but I'll put it
Awesome.
again for those people who are just joining us.
Awesome.
Okay, so we are basically at 9 o'clock, so you can take it away, Kristen. Thank you for joining us.
Yeah, thank you. Okay, so as I was saying, we're going to talk research today. It's springtime. Everybody's getting ready for those research projects, and the genius here is in the room. You've done research, your students have done research, you probably have some fabulous resources. So on that Padlet today, you'll find 4 columns. So let me just stop my slide deck and share it with you. And I'm going to stop at 4 different points during our session today and encourage you to add your thoughts to these 4 different pieces of the Padlet. To add content to the Padlet, it's pretty easy. You just click on that plus button. You can give your note a subject if you'd like, and it can be as simple as just writing a few words, but if you'd like, you can also add files, you can add some links. If you have a link to a great resource, you can add an image, and then when you publish your posts, everybody can see it. We can also like each other's posts if we have agreement with some of the things that our colleagues have said. So I'll delete that one and get us back into the content. But yeah, I see you all joining up here. That's very exciting. So yeah, we'll stop at 4 different points today. Please feel free to add your thinking throughout. All right, so when I have taught research in the past, both as an 8th grade language arts teacher, and then as a high school librarian supporting students through the research process. I would say it wasn't always everybody's favorite time of year. When I say research, I hear in my head like a research unit or a research paper or a research project. But I also think that when I say research, my students hear things like, torture, I hate them. These are so frustrating. I'm always so disappointed with what my students turn in. This is the most painful unit of instruction. I don't know if you feel some of those things, but in my experience, both teachers and students have these sort of mixed feelings about the research process. And I think that we are not alone as teachers. I have seen some really interesting memes kind of around the internet around research and how people navigate information. This one cracked me up. Have you ever noticed that people won't take the time to look up important information, but they'll spend 15 minutes taking a quiz to find out what kind of potato they are? Like, yeah, guilty as charged, right? And then, during the pandemic, I saw some interesting tweets and Facebook posts, and this one I just had to grab and use. My middle school teacher who yelled that Wikipedia isn't a reliable source every day is now sharing vaccine conspiracy theories on Facebook. And I think this one really stood out to me because as a high school librarian, I would have teachers deliver some of these sort of bumper sticker-like pieces of advice to students, like don't use Wikipedia, it's not a reliable source, or don't read a blog, it was probably just written by some guy in his mom's basement. And I would hear these little bits of bumper sticker advice kind of again and again. And I don't know, it was kind of comforting for me to hear that I wasn't the only one kind of experiencing those types of lessons. So that kind of has led me to a bunch of reflection. Why is the research unit this thing that everybody comes to sort of dread? And not just the students, but I think there's some dread for teachers too. And I really started to boil it down to some different pain points. And I was able to isolate in my mind some pretty specific pain points that students experience during the research process that then turn into pain points for us as the teachers. So if you're in that Padlet, I would love for you to take a couple of moments and list out some of the pain points that either you feel as a teacher of research or that your students feel as they are completing the research process. What are some of those just sticky points that make you all want to pull out your hair and kind of give up? Feel free to throw those in the Padlet. I think that we experience pain points with the research process for a couple of reasons. First of all, the research process is hard. We have to have a lot of different skills to be successful researchers. Let's even think about prior to the internet, what the research process looked like. I would have to have a research topic. I'd have to go into the library and I'd have to learn how to use that card catalog thing that we no longer have to find my topic. Then I'd have to go and use those little cards to find books on a shelf, whole other skill. Then after I found the books on the shelf, I had to know how to navigate that book. How do I use the table of contents? How do I use the index? Finally, I find the piece of the book that has some information there for me. I have to be able to just have a traditional literacy skill. I have to be able to read it and decode it and make sense of it. And then I also have to be able to take all these little bits and pieces that I've collected from different books in the library, and I have to put it together into something cohesive. Now, each one of those steps along the way is a completely different skill that I have to master in order to be successful. And so it can be very frustrating to complete the research process if you're lacking in any of those areas. Now, the skills that I just laid out were very traditional. They were the types of skills that we utilized when we were students in school. Many of us probably did graduate degrees that sort of old school research way in the college libraries. But the skills that we needed then are very different than the skills that we need today. And yet we're trying to sort of lead this next generation through a process that we maybe didn't ever experience ourselves as students. Finally, our skills and our resources keep changing. Many of us aren't taking students into the school library and showing them how to find books on a shelf, how to navigate a table of contents and an index. We are talking to students about locating information on the web, evaluating the differences between those sources. And the skills are very, very different. The resources are very, very different. But I have found that a lot of teachers that I work with are using the same sort of instructional practices that they were using pre-internet. So I'm trying to take these research lessons that I did when it was books and documents, and I'm trying to use those exact same instructional strategies now in a completely different information landscape. And we end up with some friction, and it gets a little bit messy. So I asked you to crowdsource some of the pain points that your students experienced during the research process. I just want to see if we got any, making sense of information. Listing Google as a resource, that's super annoying, right? That's like listing the public library down the street as the resource, right? Not being patient and having the perseverance. Look at these folks getting all fun with the animated GIFs in the Padlet. I love that. All right, so I'm feeling good about this presentation because a lot of the pain points you mentioned are pain points I've seen too. So let's talk through some of these. One of the big pain points that I've seen is students really struggling to just get started and find a focus for their research. I worked with a teacher, bless him. He had juniors reading The Great Gatsby. And prior to reading The Great Gatsby, he wanted students to have some background knowledge about the time period. And I distinctly remember maybe 3-4 years ago, we're in a one-to-one environment. Every student has a Chromebook. And he hands me a piece of paper with the research assignment. And there's a list of like 25, 30 like topics, right? Flappers, prohibition, all these things, related to the 1920s. And students were supposed to just pick a topic and research it and present on it. But they struggled. And it turns out he didn't even have like a digital copy of this assignment because this was an assignment that was so old and used so much earlier in his career that it was just a piece of paper that he literally photocopied from year to year. His students often struggled with this assignment for several reasons. And the first was really about finding this focus. They came in with a word like prohibition. And they really just didn't know what to do there. And this came out in a lot of different ways in the classroom. It can often look like a resistance to just take some notes. Okay, I have this word prohibition and I put it into a search engine. And what am I doing with it? Am I writing a definition? Am I giving you a history of prohibition? Am I like just what? I don't know what to do. I don't know what my focus is, so I don't even know what to write down. This also looked like students sort of aimlessly clicking around the internet, aimlessly flipping through pages in a book. They didn't know what they were supposed to be doing. And so they were just kind of looking around, hoping the answer would smack them in the head. On the opposite end of the spectrum, I had students who were kind of writing all the things, right? Like you told me prohibition is my focus. that's a huge topic, right? I could talk about the history, I could talk about the laws around it, I could talk about the big players in the prohibition movement. And so all the information is important. I have to capture everything. And these are students who are your high achievers, right? And they're doing all the writing. Finally, students who struggle to really find a focus often end up feeling rushed or out of time at some point during that research process, because I don't want to say wasted, they've utilized a lot of that lead time doing the resistance or all the things gathering, and now the other parts of the process they haven't saved time for. Finally, if you want to think about pain points in the research process, listen to yourself or your colleagues as you grade research projects. I remember grading research projects being like, these thinking kids, they have no idea how to blah, 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 blah. And if that is a theme across your final projects, guess what? It's probably not the kids. It probably has to do something with our instruction. And so oftentimes, if there's a very disjointed sort of final project, this could be a clue or an indicator that your students are really just struggling to figure out a focus for their project. Think about, what irks you the most while you're grading? And let's dig underneath that and see if maybe there's a fix there. All right, so we have to unlearn some things. And I don't mean that in a bad way. I mean that in a, we've done these traditional forms of research for so long, and they worked in information landscape A, but we're not in information landscape A anymore. We're way over here in a totally different information landscape. And so in the same way that I would no longer take a group of juniors, into the library and restrict them to the 2 books on the shelf and teach them how to use the index table of contents, I might have to get rid of some old ways of doing things in order to help students in the information landscape that we have today. So there are a couple of things that I've seen that I needed to unlearn as a teacher, and that I've seen my peers need to unlearn too. I think the first mistake we make is assuming that research really starts at that information location stage. Hey, I've handed you a topic, prohibition, and go. And we throw students into this information landscape, and we haven't done anything prior to just kind of sitting them down in front of a search engine. And I think we need to back up a little bit and go, okay, what might be missing between the assigning of a topic and the task of locating information? I actually am starting to argue that a research topic is not even the best way to get a student started. I hear a lot of complaints about, well, students just want to give me the Wikipedia rundown. But you've literally handed them a keyword like prohibition, haven't given them a whole lot of guidance about what that could look like. Why wouldn't I go to Wikipedia and get all the key ideas around prohibition and move forward with that? And so maybe getting rid of this idea of a singular research topic can be a way to move forward. What's also interesting to me as a librarian is I think about Mr. Calvert and his juniors and that list of topics that were available to students. And he would tell the kids, only one person in the class gets to pick this topic. And why? Why can only one person research prohibition? Why can only one person research flappers? And I was cleaning out my library, getting rid of old materials that were outdated and needed to be replaced. And I got to a particular section of the library and I was like, oh my gosh, this is Mr. Calvert's research paper right here on a shelf. There was a book about flappers and there were 2 books about prohibition. And we used to sort of put these restraints on kids for reasons that made a lot of sense. If every kid wants to research prohibition and there's only 2 books available in the library, we've got a mess on our hands. But if I've got 3 kids that are really, really interested in prohibition now, maybe I can help them find some different angles at which they can attack that topic. We have to unlearn that research is the same as searching, that when we go and conduct a keyword search on Google, we are searching for information. We are not necessarily researching. That researching is a much longer process, and searching is just one piece of that. And I also think we have to unlearn this idea that locating information is a finite part of the process. When I used to lesson plan for my research units, it would be like, okay, day 1, introduce the project to the kids. Days 2 and 3, we're going to be in the library taking notes. Days 4 and 5, we're going to be putting the paper together. And inevitably, I would have a kid that would start to outline their paper. And they'd be like, oh my gosh, I didn't take notes on blah. And I'd be like, but we don't have access to the library anymore. Why didn't you take notes on blah? And the kid would be like, I didn't know I was going to need it until I started putting it together, right? So we have to get rid of this idea that it is a step that we never come back to again. Even thinking about purchasing a new car. How often do you grab some information, form a new question in your head, go and research some more, maybe about that same model or a different year or a different model car? The locating piece is cyclical, and we have to allow for that as we design our units. So a couple changes that you can make. Instead of just throwing kids into that information pool after handing them, a word or phrase, is to actually give them some background reading. If I have no idea what prohibition is to begin with, it is very hard to focus. I have to learn the entirety of this topic to decide what is important, to decide what to write down. I am a huge fan of letting students start with Wikipedia. Go to the Wikipedia page on prohibition, read it, skim it. What are the big headlines, section headers on the page? What are the key vocabulary words that are sort of highlighted within that Wikipedia page? And now I have a list. I have a list of important terms related to my topic. I have a list of sort of big ideas related to my topic. And after I've done some of that background, I can now figure out what is something I want to pursue or chase further. I also think that we need to give students some of the old school things that I've actually seen disappear. We don't spend a lot of time, I don't think anymore, doing paraphrasing practice, outlining practice, note-taking practice, which is why we see a lot of students have their Google document on one screen and the internet on the other screen, and they're copying and pasting. We've taken away sort of that middle piece, and paraphrasing and outlining can be awesome ways to help students really focus in. Now you can take that background reading. I'm going to read the Wikipedia page on prohibition, and you can use that as an opportunity to model and practice some of those smaller skills with your students. I love challenging my kids to question quick writes, and I've done this in lots of different ways. I've grabbed a whole bunch of scrap paper, and I've just said, okay, you read the Wikipedia page on your topic, and I want you to cover your entire desk with as many questions as you possibly can. One question on each scrap of paper. So as you read, don't tell me what you're learning, tell me what you're wondering. And after I have my entire desk sort of covered in these sheets of paper with questions on them, I can help my students start to sort these questions into categories. What questions are easily Googleable? They just have an answer. What sorts of questions are a little more complicated to answer? What sorts of questions maybe are unrelated to my topic? You can help them sort in lots of different ways, but then they can do some of this pre-researching work to really get their heads around an idea before they have to begin these tasks. Teaching and modeling the development of a research question, asking something like, what is prohibition? Easily Googleable, right? Totally easy to find that answer on the internet and give you a definition. If I wrote a question like, how did prohibition affect the economy in the 1930s and 40s? I'm going to have to do a little more reading and a little more synthesis. And maybe the focus of my whole paper could be on the relationship between prohibition and the economy. Now, I'm going to encourage you to really, really break out of this research unit thing. Why not take these finite skills like background reading and question writing and do it every single time you have a unit of instruction in your content area? New science topic, let's do a little background reading and just ask a bunch of questions. New social studies topic, let's do a little background reading and outline the key ideas. Then when you do get to this place where you're asking students to synthesize all of it together, they've had practice with the small pre-researching skills in isolation. All right, so I have some resources that I think can be very helpful. And my friends over at CFISD, if you wouldn't mind sharing the Wakelet link in the chat for our YouTube friends, that would be awesome. This Wakelet is broken down into the different pain points we're going to talk about today. And there are different resources that can help you with each pain point. Then over here on the Padlet, I would love for you to share any resources that you have that can help with this first pain point of just focus. These resources I'll go through really quickly. We're not going to have time to go through each one. One of my favorite projects that I ever did with a social studies teacher was to develop research questions that students could basically take and use like a fill in the blank. So this was for a history class. And the teacher's like, you know, there's these big themes that all historians sort of look at when they research. They look at causes, they look at change, they look at turning points. And so we really wanted to model to the kids, what does a good research question look like? And they could literally take their topic, like prohibition, and they could pop it into any of these frames. So what were the 3 most influential causes that led to prohibition during the 1920s? Now I have a focus. I'm not just randomly clicking around the internet. I'm looking for the 3 most influential causes. And guess what? If I have to write a 5-paragraph essay, I have my intro, I have a paragraph about each cause, and I have my conclusion. We've set them up for success. Who are the key people in groups responsible for smuggling alcohol during prohibition? Wow, now suddenly I'm not focused on laws and timelines. I'm focused on people. And I can really just search out who those key players are. And maybe I have a paragraph about, you know, each sort of key player that was responsible. So giving students these frames can really, really help them develop research questions, which can then help them focus during the process. We even gave them some different words that they could throw into their blanks if they weren't quite sure where to go. The Stanford History Education Group has an amazing library of content that teaches kids all sorts of skills about navigating the internet. One of my favorite is this lesson on click restraint, and it essentially helps kids recognize that immediately clicking the first search result isn't always the best way to go, that you can be making informed choices about which resources to click on before you even really you know, get started. And so I could see delivering this click restraint lesson, you know, as part of my research unit, but also maybe separate from my research unit. Finally, there are some amazing videos on YouTube from Crash Course that are all around research writing. And so I've linked you to a specific video that I love, which is about researching for papers and essays, probably helpful for your middle and high school students. All right, I'm going to keep us trucking along here with our second pain point. Oh, there's all the things. Oh yeah, and talk to your librarians and your reading specialists. They have got a lot of good skills and resources to help you too. All right, if you haven't already, jump on into that Padlet, share any resources or strategies that you have found helpful to really help with that focus piece during the research process. All right, just to recap, our students might struggle to focus and get started because we haven't done enough direct teaching or modeling on how to do pre-research effectively, how to gain background knowledge and then use that background knowledge to generate quality questions. We also have to help our students learn that they can refine their research questions as they learn and as they get new information. It's called research for a reason. The re means again. And so we do have to get into this place where it isn't always a linear process, that sometimes we're going back to different steps. And that is a perfectly natural way of learning new content. All right, pain point number 2, I saw some folks identify in that first column in the Padlet, and that is just identifying quality resources. And again, as a former librarian, I used to find the quality resources for the kids, right? This is a great book. I'm going to buy it and put it on the shelf. I'll throw all the books on a cart. I'll bring them to your classroom. Your only job is to make sure you pick up a book that has your topic in it. Way easier than having to determine if the things I see on the internet are quality sources. So this looks like a lot of things from students. I love when they sit down and they're 3 minutes in and they're like, there's nothing on my topic on the whole internet. There's nothing here. But what I often hear that as, I don't know where to go. I don't know which one of these to pick. I'm not really sure what to do. Often students will rely on the first like 1 or 2. You do have access to that historical research question stems document, James, on the Wakelet board, which I believe was shared in the chat for all of you. It's the first resource on the Wakelet board. And so if for some reason it's like blocking you or it's not allowing you to view it, let me know. It might be a setting I have to switch on my Google Doc, but you should, yes, have access to it. Students will often rely on the first 1 to 2 Google results or rely on that Wikipedia page because, again, we haven't shown them anything different. Sometimes identifying quality resources can be a pain point because our students struggle with the reading level of what the internet provides for them. And so they don't know how to adjust. And it can also look like, you know, the things that I would complain about as I was creating research papers, which was like, oh my gosh, I can't believe these resources these kids picked. They're all so old or they're all opinion-based. They're not great resources. And of course, like, I'm mad at the kids, but I haven't necessarily done my due diligence to show them something different. So some things that we have to unlearn. I think saying things like, don't use Wikipedia in your research is a horrible piece of advice to give to students. Wikipedia is a tertiary source. It's a reference source. It is like telling kids that they're not allowed to look at the Encyclopedia Britannicas that are on the shelf in the library. Those Encyclopedia Britannicas on the shelf in your library are probably closer to misinformation than Wikipedia because they're probably kind of dated. But these tertiary reference resources are the ones that our students can use to build up that background knowledge and write really good quality questions. Can't write a quality question about a topic I'm clueless on. Teachers give a lot of well-meaning advice, like don't use Wikipedia, don't read a blog. You know, if it's a .edu or a .org or a .gov, you can or can't use it. And we try to give a lot of these like rules for source selection. But I almost make this akin to teaching a child how to drive by only telling them what not to do. Don't drive too fast. Don't swerve into mailboxes. Don't, you know, I don't know, hang your head out the car window as you drive. So you're kind of like, okay, I know all the things I shouldn't do, but what do you want me to do? And so we have to model good source selection beyond these sort of like bumper sticker pieces of advice. I think we also have to unlearn that students know how to go beyond the first page of Google search results to say things like, well, don't just click on that first result. Again, it's akin to teaching you, how to drive or how to ride a bike by giving you all the things you shouldn't do. So we can make a few changes to support our students. We can give some explicit lessons on the value of a tertiary source for a researcher. Wikipedia is a great source for a researcher because it allows me to have enough background knowledge to write good research questions that are deeper and go beneath the surface of just definitions, right? We can teach students about the value of a secondary source versus a primary source and why a researcher might use these different types. We can give students explicit lessons on a skill called lateral reading. And I'm going to give you some resources that I'd love for you to dig into later. We tend to use these old sort of checks for quality, checks like the CRAP test, which had students looking for a whole bunch of information on a website. Who's the author? When was it published? What does the about page say? Do all the links work? Is everything spelled right? Does it look professional? And one of my colleagues, Jennifer Lagarde, who I love, she's like, you know what? That's just like akin to a word search, really. You're asking students to find all these things on a page, but after they find all the things on the page, do they know if there's credibility there? And so lateral reading is really this totally different process for fact checking. And it has to do with grabbing pieces of information and then moving to new places on the internet to see if I can corroborate that information through another source, to see what I can learn about the company behind this source. Like, who are they? What do they do? And so I'm going to point you to some great resources on lateral reading. I could do a whole hour on lateral reading, but I won't. We can give our students some instruction on how to help Google work for them. Do they know how to use advanced search? Do they know how to filter their results? I had high school students who were told in their science class, hey, I need you to find an article about a particular science phenomenon, and it has to have been published within the last 12 months. And you're going to bring that to class for discussion. And so I would watch students type in the keyword global warming and literally just scroll. And you know what they were looking for? They were looking for the publication date. They didn't care if the source was credible. They didn't care if the information aligned with the topic they were talking about in class, because the criteria the teacher gave was it has to be published within the last year. And so they're just looking and looking. So I showed those girls, I said, did you know that within your Google search results, you can filter and say, only bring me back things that have been published within the last year? And they were like, why hasn't anyone told us this sooner? This would save us so much time. And so students want to be efficient, but they don't necessarily have the skills to be efficient. Finally, I think we need to be talking to students about the differences between the free web and the deep web. What does it mean to go to Google and just get things that are freely available out there that I don't have to pay for, versus things that live on the deep web behind a paywall, like the New York Times that only lets me read one article for free before I have to subscribe? How do I get at some of this quality information that lives behind paywalls as a researcher, as a student? You're going to talk to your teacher librarian, because they're going to be able to help you navigate all of those academic databases where good quality information lives. And again, I'd encourage you to practice these source skills in isolation. Practice it in a different unit of instruction. Don't wait until your research project to introduce all of this. It's a lot. All right, on the Way clipboard, there are a couple of more resources for you. There is a wonderful crash course video about using Wikipedia for research. It debunks a lot of the old stigma out there about how Wikipedia is not reliable, and it shows teachers and students how you can use it well and effectively. I've also pointed you to some resources on lateral reading and how to verify content that we see online. Google also has a search school, and they have awesome lesson plans that you can bring into your classroom to help students use Google more effectively as they search. And then finally, your school librarian. I'm going to keep shouting out the librarians. They have a lot of good stuff. All right, we have another column on the Padlet for strategies and resources that can help your students identify quality resources. And so if you have anything good, I'd love for you to share.
Hi, Kristen. Can we interrupt and do our
Attendance. That was my next slide. Perfect.
Oh, sorry. You know what? I see that you have lots of cups in your background.
I do have lots of cups in my
They look
background.
like miniature cups.
They're really not miniature. They're normal. They're the little Starbucks been there series. And so every time I go present to a district or a group of teachers in a state that I haven't been before, I buy the mug. And then at the in Sharpie on the bottom of the mug, I write like the district. So I actually have a Texas mug from when I came to CFISD last summer.
So and for when you're old and you need to remember what they're for.
Well, yeah, that's exactly it. I have the year and I have like the district or the conference because yeah, I'm never going to keep them all straight.
That's awesome. So your secret code, of course, this is a perfect secret code for this session, is research, RESEARCH. Lillian is, as we speak, putting the link for the out of district and a separate link for in district. So if you work for Cypress Fairbanks, please make sure you pick the correct link. If you do not work for this lovely school district, you're missing out, by the way.
Yes,
if you don't, if you don't work for us, you need to pick the out of district. And then you need to apply to work for us because we're a great school district to work for.
We are. I think we are the best. We are the absolute best.
I'm coming back this year because in person because I enjoy you people so much.
Yay!
Yes, we're wonderful people.
You are good people.
Good people. Not wonderful. We're just good people.
Good people. Are we good? Do we have that code?
Yes, your secret code. If you haven't grabbed it yet, click on the link. And your research is your secret code. Again, we're not going to put that in the chat because we would like you to be with us and participating and not vacuuming your house with us playing in the background. Just saying. Okay, I think you can take it back there, Kristen. It's
all righty. Thank you. Get on my right screen again. There we are. All right, our third and final pain point that your students might experience and that you might experience too is putting all this information together. So I've grabbed my focus. I've learned how to pick good sources.
Nidhi has a question for you.
Oh yeah, I've read the good sources. And then how do I push all these things together?
Just say they're all
CFISD, you're not muted.
Oh, we're not muted.
Tomorrow. Yeah, you're not muted.
I'm so
It's okay. We're all in this together. We just go with it. All right. So synthesizing information can be difficult for our students. And this can look like a couple of things. Students might make a claim, but have difficulty sort of supporting that claim. Or they're reading information and they're drawing false conclusions about the information that they've read. Or, and this was always the one I complained about as a grader, was getting this report-like rundown of sources, right? The book says, yeah. The internet says all these things. The Google says, all these things. And there's not a marriage of new learning. Finally, those disjointed sort of final projects where you read it and you're like, this kid has no clue what they're talking about. We could have a problem of synthesis. So we have to unlearn some things, I think, in order to help our students be better synthesizers. I do think that we make assumptions that students can kind of easily transition from this locating information stage to the synthesizing stage. And I'm guilty of passing over some really important steps as we've moved into the internet phase. I had my students do a lot of like note taking and synthesizing when we had to go to the library and get the information and then, leave the books, but carry all of our new learning to the classroom. I had to make sure that they had all that new learning recorded before we went to the classroom and created something from it. But as we get into this digital space, I think some of that goes away. So we have to unlearn this idea that note-taking or outlining or these other sort of research practices that were really good no longer have a place. They still have a place for sure. I think we also have to unlearn this idea that students are able to easily see the various relationships between pieces of information. This is like curse of the expert kind of stuff. You know, my brain automatically synthesizes. My brain automatically goes, oh, this information contradicts this information. And I don't have to really slow down and think through that. But our students do. And we have to keep that in mind. So again, I would say, think about maybe teaching and assessing different steps in the process free of a final product. If the final product is important to you, I would also encourage you maybe to just wait to introduce the final product until you've gone through the research process. Because here's what I see as the librarian. The teacher says, you all are going to give a speech. It's going to be a 5-minute speech, and you're going to have 10 slides. And the kids will immediately open up their slide deck. They'll count out 10 slides, and then they're just moving content from the internet to the slide deck. If I were to say, hey, your job is to learn as much as you can about X topic, and don't mention the final product, how different would their learning be? How different would their focus be if I waited? We can require students to do some synthesis. Why do a paper? Why not have them just do an outline? Why not have them do a graphic organizer? It's okay to grade and assess those steps and not worry about the final piece. We can also do really direct instruction on how content can relate to each other. If content is contradictory, how do I handle that in a piece of writing? If content can be cause and effect, how can I handle that in a piece of writing? And then finally, it's all about modeling. The more we practice, the better our kids will be. So I do have some resources on the Padlet for you, and I'm hoping that, or not on the Padlet, I'm sorry, on the Wakelet, and I'm hoping that you might have some more resources to add to the Padlet. But we can do some direct instruction on synthesis, and we can use things like a research matrix or a synthesis matrix or another sort of note-taking organizer, and make that organizer your final product. Finally, outside of your school librarian, if you have reading specialists, if you have colleagues in your English department, they are doing this type of synthesis work with students all the time, and they may be able to support those of you who are in other content areas with ideas and organizers that can allow your students to really get good at synthesizing information. So if you're still in that Padlet and you've got some ideas or strategies or resources to help students synthesize, I would love for you to add those there. And then just to recap this last little pain point, students might struggle with synthesis because we have not directly taught or modeled the digital means for collecting information, the digital means for organizing that information, types of synthesis, types of information relationships that can help them be successful. So I'd encourage you to really stop and go, okay, let me look at my research assignment. Has it changed alongside the changes in our information landscape? Do I have a why for each part of the process that I'm asking students to do? Does that why make sense in our current information landscape? If you're at all able, and I recognize that some of you have more freedom in your curriculum than others, but if you're able, consider throwing away the research unit altogether. Identify these independent skills that you know your students need and teach them and assess them in isolation throughout the year. And if you want them to synthesize those at some point in a research unit, at least they've had experience with all the little independent skills first. Finally, I'd encourage you to dig into the resources that I've curated in the Wakelet and that you all have curated on that Padlet, just taking note of how some of these lessons differ from maybe our traditional research lessons. So I know we are close on time. I want to just leave you with a big thank you and my email address, Kristen@evolvelearning.com, because I'd love to support you further if I can. Do we have any other questions that have come up in the chat?
Well, Kristen, it was an amazing presentation. I have to say that there were some things that I hadn't thought about, and you made us think about it very differently. For instance, Googling is not research. In order for it to be research, you need to put the "re" in there, which means, again, I love that.
Yeah.
That's awesome. I also love your suggestion about the quick write, where you put the questions instead of what you learned, what questions do you have? And those become your target points for researching. So the kids aren't just randomly clicking and ending up on Giphies instead.
Yeah, and like, what are you wondering as you're reading it? I think that's wonderful because it's giving them a focus that appeals to them instead of just doing something randomly for a grade.
Correct. Yeah. And learning should be fun, and research should be fun because it's all about being curious. So if we can set up our students to be curious instead of fulfill requirements of an assignment, the process is just going to be easier on all of us, right?
Yes. Well, thank you so much, Kristen, for sharing all those things and helping us reflect on the process as teachers and tweaking our thinking about doing research.
I appreciate it.
We really loved it. And you had lots of positive feedback in the chat as well. Not very many questions, but lots of positive feedback.
Awesome. I can't wait to dig into the Padlet and learn new things from everyone who is listening. So thank you so much.
Well, thank you for joining us. We look forward to seeing you again. Did you say you're coming for DLC?
I don't know if that's the event, but I'm coming this summer.
Okay.
She'll be here for something.
Yes.
It probably is DLC. Yeah. But I know I'm coming this summer. So
we'll see.
I'm excited.
Well, we'll be looking forward to seeing you again.
Sounds good. Bye, ladies. Enjoy the rest of your day.
All right. So that's session number 2 under our belts. Now, if you need to take a look at the next sessions coming up, I'm going to post our link so that you can check it out. Okay, and
take a break. Oh, I have not checked Twitter. Have you guys been on Twitter yet today?
I haven't. Well, I know that we posted this morning.
Yeah, but
I haven't had a chance yet to look. But maybe.
So we will need to post something on Twitter, on Tweeterland, and go ahead and do the same. Tweet something. Oh, you know what we really love seeing is who you are learning with today. Is it with your pets, your kids? Are they all sitting on the couch lined up with you? Take a selfie and share it, and then tag us at Sci-Fair EdTech. There we go. And hashtag EdTechLIVE. So share with us what you're learning today and spread that excitement.
Yes. Thank you. And we'll see you in a few.
Welcome to EdTechLIVE. We're happy that you're here today. I'm Tamara, and this is Ryan.
We would like to take a moment and welcome you to today's event and give you a little information about what to expect.
New sessions start every hour, and you can stay for the whole event or just watch the sessions you're interested in seeing. There is a 10 to 15 minute break between each session where you can enter your attendance credit or take care of personal needs. During the live event, you also have 2 sessions each hour to choose from. After the live event, you can watch any of the other sessions on your own time.
During each session, the host will give you a link and a secret code to jot down. This will be the link you use to access the attendance forms, and you will enter the code onto the form. You can keep this form open throughout the event in a separate tab because you will have to do this for each session. You can still earn attendance credit if you are watching after the live event. However, you must submit by midnight tomorrow.
Within an hour of submitting your attendance, you should be receiving a response receipt. If you do not receive this email, please resubmit the attendance form and double check to make sure your email address is typed correctly.
We, along with our whole EdTech team, want to thank you again for being here today and enjoy your session. It will be starting.
Are you overwhelmed by everything on your ClassLink? There's a simple modification that can facilitate you and your students' productivity. If there's an app that you're regularly using, right-click, Add to Favorites. Did you see what happened there? It populated on your bottom taskbar. Think about how useful this would be for students that struggle finding textbooks or softwares that are maybe under additional resources. Right-click, Add to Favorites.
Here's a tiny tech tip. If you need to find something within a document, instead of searching each page of the document, all you need to do is click on Control F, and that way you can pull up this window where you can put in the item that you're looking for. Once you do that, once you enter it, you get all the matches for that word, and all you need to do now is hit next until you find exactly what you're looking for. So have a great day and enjoy this tiny tech tip.
Welcome to EdTechLIVE. We're happy that you're here today. I'm Tamara, and this is Ryan.
We would like to take a moment and welcome you to today's event and give you a little information about what to expect.
New sessions start every hour, and you can stay for the whole event or just watch the sessions you're interested in seeing. There is a 10 to 15 minute break between each session where you can enter your attendance credit or take care of personal needs. During the live event, you also have 2 sessions each hour to choose from. After the live event, you can watch any of the other sessions on your own time.
During each session, the host will give you a link and a secret code to jot down. This will be the link you use to access the attendance forms, and you will enter the code onto the form. You can keep this form open throughout the event in a separate tab because you will have to do this for each session. You can still earn attendance credit if you are watching after the live event. However, you must submit by midnight tomorrow.
Within an hour of submitting your attendance, you should be receiving a response receipt. If you do not receive this email, please resubmit the attendance form and double check to make sure your email address is typed correctly.
We, along with our whole EdTech team, want to thank you again for being here today and enjoy your session. It will be starting.
This is our 11 a.m. session, and we just want to welcome you back. We are going to listen to Stephanie Balster, And she is a third year. She's in her third year as an innovation leader from Castleberry ISD. Before that, she taught 1 to 3rd grade as a classroom teacher. She is passionate about designing and creating. For her district, she works with communication to brand district departments and events. And what better app to use than Canva?
She works with teachers also to create their own classroom brands, and that is where we are going today. So I would like to take a moment to give me a moment here. I would like to take a moment to share with you how to split your screen, because from what I understand, Stephanie is going to be working with you while you, at the time that she's presenting, she is going to also be having you work on it with her. So let me show you again from the last session, if you weren't with us, how to split your screen so that you can do the same thing. So give me just a moment to do such a thing. So if you don't recall, splitting your screen is easy if you're on a Windows device. Not sure how to do it on a Mac, but cares about Macs, right? How to split your screen. Click your little Windows button on the bottom left of your keyboard, and then the left and right arrow, and then boom, you split your screen. If you would like to do something different, you can also do something ever so slightly different. And I'm going to show you how to pop out your window browser. So I have my YouTube right here, and on YouTube, you can actually right click and then right click again. And when you right click again, you can do picture in picture. And you see how my little YouTube popped out in the bottom right here. Now you can't see the chat when you do that, but it does allow you to move from tab to tab. So if you're working right along with Stephanie, you can do so and still have the YouTube. But if you want to have the YouTube chat pop back up, you just click on popping it back up, and you can see the chat right here. If your preference is to split your screen, let me show you what that looks like. Windows and right or left. And now it's going to ask me what I'm going to put on my other side. So I'm going to pull out a tab, and now I can put it on the other side. And I can actually resize these if I want, just simply by clicking on it and just kind of moving it over so I can make one bigger than the other. And then I can have YouTube playing here. And if you split your screen, sometimes the chat, you won't be visible on your screen. So the chat is actually underneath when you split your screen. But if you do the pop out, the chat disappears. You have to pull it back into the full screen for you to be able to see the pop out. So Stephanie, we're excited to see how we are going to brand our classrooms with you today. Welcome.
Good morning. Thank you for having me here. I am excited to be here on this Saturday morning. I don't know about you guys, but I am in Fort Worth, Texas right now, and it is a beautiful morning. The sun is shining. And so, like they said, my name is Stephanie Balster. I am an innovation leader with Castleberry Independent School District. We are a small district hidden in Fort Worth, up in that area. We are about 3,800 students. So when I say small, I mean it. And so I am glad to be here. I'm glad that you are here with me. I know if your weather is like mine, you may be wanting to be outside enjoying that sunshine, but I'm glad that you chose to be here. Canva is one of my favorite platforms, and just the other day, they gave out a whole bunch of gifts, right? They have added so much to that platform. So I'm excited to dig into this platform today and talk about branding your classroom and also branding yourself with Canva. I also, I said I work as an innovation leader. I work as with an innovation team. I have the privilege of working alongside Jenny Long and Celie Clark, the amazing Jenna Lee, and I also work with Brent Mishnick, known on Twitter as the Mishnick Mindset. And so as a team, we get to work with our communications department in helping to tell the story of our district. And in doing that, we have have created a brand of innovation and branded our team. And so I love design and I love storytelling. And it's amazing how Canva can take those two things and allow you to do both in a simple way. You don't have to have any fancy degree or knowledge about designing. Canva brings it all right there for you. So today, like Tamara said, we are going to talk about what branding is and why, as an educator, you should brand yourself. And then what does that look like in the classroom and branding your classroom? So we work to brand ourselves as an innovation team, and we also work with our district to help tell this story there, but I love working with students to help them in the branding of their classroom and teachers as they are doing that. We're going to take a look at the Canva Brand Hub and how you can use that to really maximize your time as you are starting to brand all of your classroom resources. And then we are going to dig in and actually use the platform. Thank you guys for sharing those tips for that split screen, because whether you want to just sit and learn and take notes so you can play later, or if you want to jump in and create alongside, that's okay too. And so you can split that screen so you can see both what's going on my screen and in your Canva there. And if you don't have Canva, Canva is free for educators. And as an educator, you get all of the pro features. And so that brand hub is part of that pro feature. So if you are not already signed up and have a Canva for Educator account, I encourage you to do so you can build your brand along with us today. And then we are going to create some of those products using a brand that we create. So what is branding? When we think about branding, it's really all around us, right? Every single day, companies have worked to build their brand. It's how they communicate with their community around them, how we recognize products. It's a reflection of the values of those companies. They help tell their story and what we want to know and what we believe about them. I pulled in a few of those ones. When we see that in on the screen, right? It just came off of spring break, and that's my day that I am binge watching TV. That in pops up, and my kids know mommy's about to watch one of her shows on Netflix. And so that in is very recognizable to anybody that is familiar with Netflix and the Starbucks there. And so when we're branding, companies in the business world, they're already doing it to help sell their products and build trust with their customers. Those same companies, they have those mottos and those slogans, right? As soon as you hear "just do it," what company do you think of? Nike, right? They have that slogan there of just doing it, just to help promote their product as a tool to get out there and be active and do more. You're in good hands. I can hear the commercial. I can visualize it right now as if it's on my screen. That one is the slogan for Allstate, right? They want their customers to know that choosing Allstate means that you're going to be taken care of and you are going to be in good hands. What is in your wallet? That's another one of those commercials. An actress, Jennifer Gardner, you probably have seen her. She helped in launching that with Capital One. And so that's one of those ones that when you hear it, you automatically think of that bank. And we can continue and go off of mottos and slogans, things that you hear and you automatically recognize them. I would love for you guys to take just a moment and to reflect as an educator in the education world. When you think about your role in your your district or in this world of education, whether it be a classroom teacher, an instructional coach, an EdTech specialist like myself, administrator, principal, what is it that you want people to hear and automatically make that connection with your classroom, with your school, with your brand that you are putting out there? And so if you want to drop those in the chat, if you want to share, what are some of those things that when you think about your classroom, what would your motto or slogan be? And so for me in my classroom, my students knew that when they came into that classroom, that we were going to work hard when it was time to work, and that we were going to have fun doing it, and that we were going to be problem solvers as those problems arised in the classroom, and that it took all of us coming together as a classroom family, as a classroom community to sometimes solve those problems, and that when we made mistakes, that was okay. And so when I'm thinking about my slogan and my motto for my classroom, that's all of those things that I want my kids to remember, things that I want them to think about, that they feel when they're in the classroom. And so those are just some things as we're talking about this. I want you to just reflect and think about what does it mean to you to build your classroom community, and what would you want people to associate with yourself as an educator and your classroom? Now, I said that I work in our district with our communication person to really tell our story. When we think about branding, we're thinking about telling a story, and we're telling the story, whether it be like for me, telling the story of the innovation department and the innovation team, or as a classroom telling the story of my students and their learning journey, and how we are working to become knowledge seekers, and we are learning along this journey together. And so as we are branding, we want to think about colors, and we want to think about the logos and the mottos, those things that make that quick recognition and that quick to help people know what we stand for. That's how we build our trust with our community, within our school and within our classroom. It also is great to see when you're looking through a whole bunch and you see a color scheme or you see a logo, and you automatically know, oh, that's Miss Balster's class. And in that class, they are problem solvers, and they work hard, and they have fun while they are learning. And so that is just part of that branding process there. Classroom branding with students. I've already kind of dug into this a little bit, but it does help them foster that sense of belonging. I belong here. My voice is valuable, and that it's heard. It's going to help them feel connected and a part of that classroom community. This year, we had the privilege, and we are working with our STEM Academy students, and they have started a technology, Use Tech for Good podcast. And so when we worked with the students, we had them come up with their motto, where we use tech for good, and then they came up with what does that look like. So as we're putting out our information for our podcast as the STEM class and the STEM Academy podcast, what do we want people to see? What is our brand going to be? And so we worked with the students on what were your fonts going to be for this, and what is that motto, and what is our message when we're recording our podcast? Who is our audience going to be, and what do we want them to know about us. And so you can see here that in that they chose to use some of our district colors, and they also chose to use our district lion there. They wanted people to know that they were a part of Castleberry and a part of that district. And so taking that pride in what where they're at to be able to share with others. And then they came up with this design. As we are thinking about building the brand, we want to build it together with our students. And so I know that as a classroom teacher, right, I remember when I first started teaching, I was so excited about my classroom decor, right? I see some of you probably out there nodding your heads, and you're probably already maybe even planning for next year. I don't know if any of you are out there change your theme and your decor year from year. Maybe you're like, hey, I just need a change or a refresh. We had a partner teacher next door to me. She changed her theme every single year. For me, I went with some basic colors, black and pastels. And then each year I brought in different things. One year we were Balster's Busy Bees. One year we were, I used the succulents that was very popular, and cactuses, and we were sticking together and learning. And so when I think about branding, I also think about in my classroom, that classroom decor that I use to decorate the classroom. You make the trip to the store and you pick out all of the pieces so it all matches and it comes together cohesive. So when students and parents show up on that Meet the Teacher night, they can see what your classroom is and get a sense of who you are and what is going to be like in your classroom. And so Canva is a great place. I know now that is where I go instead of the teacher store to get all of those things. But I want you guys to think, as we're talking about branding here, instead of going to the store, hopping on Canva and coming up with that theme and coming up with all of that classroom decor and doing it ahead of time, think about building that brand together the first week of school. And so if you were to do that, what would that look like? I'd love for you guys to pop in the chat. How could you, with your students, start getting the ideas to build the brand together as a class? So during that first week, we do things like the icebreakers and the getting to know you activities and the all about me. And so those are great ways to start learning about your students. You're already going to do them, right? To learn what are their interests, what are their likes, just learn all of those different pieces, and then also let the students learn about each other so we can start building that relationship, not only from teacher to student, but also from student to student. And so within those activities for the first week of school, we can learn about our students. I'm going to hop out of my presentation. And so if you guys want to do this, I know that you have your screen alongside you. And so you can go into Canva here. And so right here from the Canva dashboard, there are thousands of templates that you can search from. And so very simply right here in the search your content, here, I am going to type in, we're talking about those first week activities that we know we do from year to year to build those relationships. And the first thing I think about is the all about me poster, right? So if I type in the all about me here, it's going to bring up all of those templates there. And the first thing that we see are those ones. These are just like the ones that I've printed out for my students and I gave to them, and my second graders, they drew in their little pictures of their favorite food and what they like to do, a little picture of their family there. And so You could find one here in Canva, and you can grab that to give them to get that information. Another thing here is within Canva, you have this presentation type view. Think about how a student could build out this here to give their information, to give what they like and what they know, those pictures. We're talking about building our brand. And when we think about brand building, we're thinking about the logo, what represents our class. We're thinking about the fonts that we're using, the colors, and we want to bring in the student voice in all of this. And so these visuals are going to help as you're thinking about building that classroom logo together. And so here within Canva, there's a great all about me. Another search term that you could also use is the self-portrait. And so the reason I save this one for the self-portrait one is that the student can also draw in a picture of themselves, and then they can add in those character views and how, like, describing themselves. And those are the things that as you're thinking about your motto and your slogan and what you want that to be as your classroom community, and those are some of those words that you can pull in there. And so we also, as we are building that motto, so remember I said in my class, we are problem solvers, we work hard, and we have fun learning. And so that is our motto, and that is what I am going to portray throughout the day. And so from the students, you could get some of those things. What do you want to do in second grade, third grade, fourth grade? What do you want to feel about this classroom? What are we going to do? How are we going to be successful, or what do we need to be successful? And so in there, you could, in their self-portrait, have them add those character views there. The other cool thing here is that when I go to customize this template here, I can do it digitally here within Canva and use the tools of Canva. But if it's something that I want to give to my students, clicking on the share button here, I can download it, and I can download it as a PDF. And then that would allow me to let the students maybe hone in on some of their artistic ability. So I'm using Canva to get this piece here, but maybe I'm not sharing it for them to do in Canva there. All right, so one of the things that I want us to do today is I want us to build a brand. So yes, we are going to build an EdTechLIVE session brand for our session here. And so I have a Mentimeter. If you go to menti.com and use the code 1803788, it is going to take you to a ranking. So we are going to, as a session, EdTechLIVE, we are going to come up with a color scheme for our session. And we are also going to come up with a logo as well for our session so that we can build a brand. And I would love for you, as we are doing this, I would love for you to build along with us as we are building this brand. Again, that code is 1803788. And let's go ahead and I'm going to refresh my screen here. Open that up. Let me give everybody a second here to get in to the Mentimeter and start those votes. They're coming in, look. And so we're looking at the topics, right? We want that logo, we want that association. So I just gave us some general topics, nature, animals, sports, gaming. What are you interested in? And so what would be our, as a whole, as a session, what is the most interest that we have? And so I love that you guys are getting in there and you are ranking the topics there so we can see what that interest is, because we're going to use this as we are building our logo. This is going to help drive the direction that our logo for our session, what it's going to look like. And so you can see nature and animals, they're right there neck and neck with each other. So I'm going to give you guys just a couple more minutes, let those votes come in. And if you need that code, it's up here at the top of the screen, menti.com, and that code is 1803788. And that will let you get in so you can join in on the fun of building our very own EdTechLIVE session logo. And we're going to start building a brand just like we would do. This is something that you could do with your students. You could give them some topics based off of that All About Me poster. Once they've completed it, you can look at those interests that you see, that common themes across their posters, and then pull out some of those choices and then have your students vote. Remember, we want to foster within our students that sense of belonging and that sense of community, and that they're being heard and that they are a part of the classroom community. And so what a great way. So it looks like animals is in the lead and nature is a close second there. And so it looks like as we are building our brand, we're going to include the groups, interest of nature and animals there. All right. Looks like nature's still in the lead. Thank you guys for joining in and participating in this. I want to go over to the next slide to kind of get a feel for what is your favorite color. And so those are coming in: blue, pink, red, green. We're using a word cloud for this one. So as those answers come in, the ones that are the most popular are going to be those words that are bigger, and then the ones that are smaller are going to be those words that are smaller there, the ones. So lots of blue and green. So it looks like we're going to have some nature in our logo and maybe even an animal. Those ones were pretty close, and definitely some blue and some green and maybe even some purple and orange as we build our brand together. And so these are just some simple things. Again, this is something that you can take from that first week of school, those first couple of days as you are doing those get to know me activities. You can see their favorite colors and give them just those few options to choose from, just like I did, depending on the grade level of the students, the age of the students that you are working with. You could really narrow down those choices that you are doing. So it looks like I've got down that we are going to build our logo on nature, and we are going to build maybe even in some sports, and pink, green, and blue are definitely in the lead there as far as colors go. All right. So now that we have an idea based off of the information that you have given me, I'm going to pause here for a moment for your attendance, and then we are going to hop in and start building our very own, I'm so excited, EdTechLIVE session brand here for all of you guys in our audience that is with us today.
This is 3, right?
All right.
Thank you, Stephanie. We're absolutely going to be sharing our attendance. And let me bring that code up. It's not popping up. So give me a second to do that again.
And while she is doing that, I just want to let you know I posted the links for attendance. So if you are in district, remember you have a different link. If you're out of district, there are separate links, but just make sure you're clicking on the right one so we can give you credit for the sessions that you attend today.
Yeah, and our secret code today makes total sense. Brand, B-R-A-N-D. We're not putting the code in the chat because we want you to be participating and listening. However, the links are being put into the chat as we speak. Thank you, Lelaine. One is for people that work for our district. Make sure you click that if you're a Sci-Fair ISD employee. If you are not a Sci-Fair ISD employee, I'm so sorry, but you have your own separate link that you are going to click to put your attendance in as well. So we'll give you just a moment to do that and to give you your credit. I didn't see any questions come in yet, but did you get to see, Stephanie, the launch of all the new features with Canva a couple days ago?
I did. I was watching and I was blown away by all of the new the gifts, right? They had 25 gifts that they gave out. And AI is one of those hot topics. I don't know about you guys, but it is everywhere, right? And just how they are bringing in that AI into Canva to make that designing process so much easier. I was blown away. I don't know, what was your favorite feature?
Oh, I already played with my new favorite one. It's the one where you can make your objects animated.
Yeah, and you get the path, right? I think that's just so cool.
Yeah, so I've already played with that one. That's my new favorite one. However, I did play with the AI when you're creating your picture. When you're trying to look for realistic pictures, it doesn't work very well. But your fantasy pictures come in really cool. But they got a little bit of work to do, I think, on the AI of real images because nothing was quite matching up the way they should have. But
yes,
that's why we're still employable, right?
That's right. But no, I think I played with that one a little bit, but I think the magic edit in the photos where you can, I think that's the one you were just talking about, and changing out the photos. That one is amazing.
Oh yeah, in the magic erase too. That's cool.
I haven't played with that one.
Yes.
It made me think of the using Photoshop without having to use Photoshop, right? When magic erase. I'm like, oh, I don't have to go into Photoshop anymore.
Oh, yeah.
So we're going to let you take it back from us. Thank you. And we're going to let you have it back. Please don't go away. We have like half of the session and we're going to work together with Stephanie in her Canva. So take it away.
Thank you. All right, let's get that screen back up. And so, like I said, we are going to build our brand. And just a reminder, we, based off of your answers, thank you for participating in that. We are going to build our logo. It's going to include nature, maybe some sports. Those ones are so close together. And then the colors were pink, green, and blue. The last that we checked, those were those ones that were coming in as the most popular. So I'm going to hop back into Canva. I'm going to click right up here on Canva, and that's going to take me back to that main dashboard there of Canva. And so I talked to you about, as Canva for Education users, that we get the Education Pro features for free. That is amazing, and another reason why I love Canva. And so with that being said, over here on this left-hand side, they have this brand hub. And if you have been using Canva for some time and you have seen the Brandva or even used the Canva brand kits, it's the same thing. It's part of those new updates that Canva has been doing to work. You can see that I have been in here, and I have my normal school brand kit that we use. And before, that was the only one that would show up when you would click in there as the brand kit. And now you can have multiple ones. And so we're going to develop a logo there, and we are going to use the colors that we set from our Mentimeter, and then we're going to come up with just a couple of fonts. And so what I'm going to do is I want to go back into that brand tab. I'm just kind of showing you here. You can see that I had the logos, colors. You can add multiple color palettes. If you want to work within just one brand kit, but you want to be able to brand multiple things, you can add in those different color palettes. So I have our innovation color palette here, our district one, and then I have when I do a lot of training within Seesaw, so I have my own that I use for that. So thinking about presentations or things that you're using a lot as a classroom teacher, maybe units. I know right now our first and second graders, they are in animals and plants. And so you could even create a color palette that goes along with those different units that you teach throughout the year. So that way you can create those presentations. So we're going to do this together. So you can either take notes and follow along, or I would love for you to do this along with me. We're going to add a new brand kit by clicking on the plus button over here on the right. And then we are going to name our brand kit. It could be your name. It could be very specific to what it is. I am going to name it EdTech Live session. So we are creating our very own one here. And then it's going to take us in so we can start adding all of our things for our brand kit. It's going to show you up here. This is a nice feature within Canva, this checklist to add your brand colors, fonts, logos, and then you can also add in templates that are your brand to make that productivity, make that a little bit quicker when you're hopping in and creating some of those things. So the logos, I'm going to hold off on that in just a minute. And the reason I do that when I'm creating that new brand part is because I want to go ahead and put in those colors and those fonts, because as I'm creating that logo, I want to make it easy to add and incorporate those colors and fonts that we are using in that logo. So again, if you're doing this with your students and branding your class, you've already surveyed them like we did here for the colors. And so I'm just going to click here under color palette. I'm going to click the plus button, and then I can use the slider here. And so I think the first one that I had seen was pink. So I could slide this over here to pink, how pink we want it. And then I can select the color of pink there. And this is something that you could easily pull up on in the board for the students, because there are lots of shades of pink and kind of get an agreement on what shade of pink. If you already know, you can also enter in that hex code right here to get the exact color. That's what we do when we're doing stuff that's to make sure that we have it on brand with the innovation team or with our district there. All right, so we've got the pink in there. We also said that green was another popular color within our group. And then we also had blue. So I'm just clicking the plus here to get those colors as I'm doing it. And then I can, it's just kind of like in Google or maybe even some of those other ones with the selector there, getting the exact shade that I want. If I wanted to add a secondary palette, I can click this add new here, and it's going to allow me to add a new palette. The other great thing about Canva is if I'm not sure about color combinations, it does give me some recommendations, and I can even type in pink and it would give me some custom palettes that's along that. Or let's say that we said nature was one of our big interests. I could type in nature and it would give me colors that go along with what I'm typing in. So that is super nice there. For this, we're going to use the colors that we chose, and then we're going to come down here for fonts. The other thing within Canva is they have the Canva docs now. And when they added the Canva docs as part of this branding, you used to only get title, subtitle, and heading, or the heading, subheading, and the body. And so now you get this title, subtitle, all of these different fonts that you can go in and add. And so for the purpose of this, I'm going to click on the pencil on the heading one, and I'm going to click the edit. And then you can choose your font. Again, Canva, just like templates and a lot of the other things, they have lots of fonts. Remember that Canva for Education, when it has the crown next to it, and that's one of those pro features, and we get that for free. So I'm going to go ahead and just select this one here. You also can change the size of it. And then if it's a font that you can bold, you can do that here. You can also italicize it. I'm also going to go ahead and give us a subheading. When I do my subheadings personally, for me, I use a scripty type font for that subheading one. And so when I choose fonts, I can type in handwriting, or I can type in calligraphy, some of those different ones to get some of those scripty fonts. But think about when you're creating this for your classroom, that you may want to keep it with just the print type fonts that the students are going to be able to easily recognize. Or if you're wanting to introduce or have that cursive available for them, right, as far as handwriting goes, make sure that when you're selecting the cursive type font, that you're selecting one. Some of those really cool fonts, I know some of the my favorite ones, the letters in cursive are really hard to recognize. So as you are selecting those fonts, this is something that you could do with students and maybe give them a few choices to choose from, or this is something that you could just kind of go ahead and do on your own. So we're going to do that. And then the last one really quickly that we're going to do is I'm going to add in this body one here. And so once I have added in those fonts, I'm going to do my check here for that. And then I can always go back in and edit those fonts. So now that I have that there, we're going to create a logo together. And so I can come here and create a design from this. I'm going to type in logo there, and I'm going to select that top option. And it's going to bring it up here as a blank template. But notice here on my left-hand side, I have design. It's automatically selected for me, and it's going to give me the templates. That's the other thing that I love about Canva, is that as I use this, I can just select a template, and then I can go in and style it and change it to be, I'm going to select here. If you only have just the one brand kit that you're using, that's going to be what shows up. My school one is my default. It's automatically showing up there. So I'm seeing all of those color palettes. I need to select this right here since I have multiple ones. Once I select that EdTechLIVE there to change it to that brand kit, now I can see that color palette here. So again, to get to that, I'm under design, and then I click on styles, and then right here is where my brand kit lives. So you're going to see that it gives me my brand fonts, and it's also going to give me my brand colors. So when I click on the colors, it's going to automatically recolor it. I can keep clicking, and it's going to use our 3 colors, and it's going to give us different options based off of those colors. Now, let's say that I kind of like this color. We haven't even gotten our picture in here, but I'm going to go with this for now. But I don't like something in there. You can always go in and recolor. So I've got this there. I'm going to come over to elements because we said nature was what we wanted in. I'm going to add nature here to search. And so I'm going to go with graphics for our logos. I'm going to click see all. And again, this is something that you can do with your students, have them vote ahead of time. You can have some options for them there. I'm adding in this. I'm going to add in our title, EdTechLIVE here. And then I'm going to say maybe we do 2023 for the year there. And then I can go back to design because I'm like, oh, and click on that color palette and I can start changing it to see what I like. Now, I like the look of this, but I don't like that the background is pink. I can click here and change that. And maybe I just want to make that white there. The same thing within this logo here. If I have the circle logo here and I want to change it from that pink, I click on the color and I can change that out there. And so that's the other great thing is we can live here in this design and use our color palette to change it, but then we can also make some edits as well if it's not exactly what we were looking for. And then the brand fonts, when I click on that, it's automatically going to update it for me. So then that way that's on with the fonts on brand there. Now that we have our EdTechLIVE 2023 with our nature and our pink and green and blue in there, it's ready to go. I'm going to click on share. And then from share, I'm going to click on this download piece. I want to download it as the PNG like it's recommending. And then I want just the circle. I don't want the background part there. So I'm going to do a transparent background. And then I am going to download that. And then while that is downloading, I'm going to hop back over here to our Canva brand kit that we've created. And I am going to go right now that we've got our logo, into logos, and I'm just going to drag and drop this up here. And now I have that logo there. All right, so now we have a logo. We have our color palette in here as well. The other thing I want you to notice is that it is also going to bring up a suggested color palette based off of the logo we just added. Now, remember, I said that I wanted to add my colors and fonts first. So as I was building my logo, I could use them in the logo. You could absolutely flip-flop that. You could go in and build your logo and get the design and the colors there as you're building it, and then flip-flop it to create your palette based off of the colors that are in that logo. And so if that was the case, I could just click the check keep here, or I could remove it from there because I already have our palette that we want. All right, really quickly, I know we are running out of time, but I want to show you how building this brand kit here can help you. So at the beginning of the year, thinking about all of the things that you are sharing with your students, and you're creating newsletters, you're creating different memos and things that you're sending home. You've created this brand, you maybe even created a motto, and you want to add that to it. One of the things that we encourage our teachers to do, and we do it ourselves, is to create a signature card that goes in their email. So when they're sending emails, that can go out. And so that is absolutely something that you can do, and use your new class logo that you created in your signature. So we're going to create a design here, and then I can type in signature card there, or business card there. I do have a size for you. And so if you want to write this down, the size that we use here. So let me show you that again really quickly. In the created design, I come down here to custom size, and then I add in, I'm going to leave it here in pixels. And for our signature, we do the width at 400 and we do the height at 200, and then create new design. And then that's going to pop up that signature card there. And so ready for the magic, right? So hopefully if you've been creating alongside with me, you have your logo or a mock-up of one. If not, maybe you'll get in later this afternoon and do it. I encourage you to try it out and make a signature card or a newsletter. So I've got my signature card here. I'm going to come over here on the left-hand side, and I have this logo logos down here at the bottom. If you are not seeing the logo option down here at the bottom, I use it a lot, so it's automatically there. You're going to click on the apps, and then you'll be able to find it here within the apps there. So I'm going to go ahead and click on this logo down here at the bottom, and you can see our very own EdTechLIVE session logo that we created. And so I can pop that in there. And so now I have our logo on our signature card. I can come over to text, and you're going to see that this is in that font that we selected for our session, and something that we got there. And then I can add in my name and all of that information to create my signature card that goes along with this. That is something that you could also, if you come up with it as your class motto, you could also add that onto your signature. So down at the bottom, I could add in that be problem solvers, work hard and have fun while learning as my classroom motto there. And then now I can do the same process that I did with that logo of share, download, and download it as a transparent background, or I can leave it with this background. All right, I think our time is about up. I am so glad that you joined us today. I wanted to see Tamara, were there any questions in the chat? This time just gets away from us as we're getting in and having fun designing.
We do have a question. Is Braille font?
Is Braille a font? Well, I am not an expert in Braille, but are they saying in Canva, is Braille a font in Canva?
Perhaps, because it is Braille font. But I don't know, because like it has to be tactile, right? In order to.
Yeah, I think so. And I'm not seeing it when I type it in.
Accessibility suggestion, right? Because then you could like put little glue on your printout or something.
Yeah, unless you have like a separate device that would, print
it as a.
Yeah, or I'm not sure.
I typed on so here in the fonts, and I typed in Braille, and I am not seeing anything there, but that is a great suggestion, because like you said, you could print it out, and that is something that you could put some dots or something
that would be
on
really
it.
Cool.
Yeah,
I'm thinking like those pin things, like what people, they create molds, right? They put it over the thing. If you can like, oh, here, I should patent this, create this thing with that functionality where you can have it, raise up the little thing so that people could read it in Braille.
That would be really cool.
Right?
Yes,
absolutely.
So we do appreciate you being here today. Some great suggestions for our teachers, and what a great way to think about themes for starting the year. That's kind of a cool thing. I wonder how many people actually consciously think about that, or just inadvertently do it because that's just their thing.
Yeah,
absolutely.
And
so I
encourage
you
everyone. Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Sorry. I was just saying on that, like, I encourage you that as you are thinking about that, think about, kind of, you have to be brave, but thinking about maybe building that with your students and not already having it all ready to go nice in a bow on that first day of school.
Okay, excellent.
Okay.
So,
well, Jonathan Duncan just said that Braille is a setting for students who are vision impaired. They usually have devices for manifesting the font on a machine. So
awesome.
That's kind of cool. I didn't know that. Thank you, Jonathan, for sharing that.
Yeah, thank you, Jonathan. Definitely learned something new today.
Awesome. Okay, so want to talk about how to find those new sessions?
All right. Well, thank you. Thank you again for sharing Canva with us. Now, we have one session left. I'm going to post in our chat the link where you can check out what those last two sessions are. And then make sure that you're tweeting out what you're learning. And if, I put in chat as well, if you have done, if you followed along, go ahead and share that brand out with everyone.
So our next session is actually in our channel, photo essays. I'm really excited about hearing about that one, but I also really want to hear about all the places you'll go in Google Maps. Can you imagine the interactive activities you can create using Google Maps in your classroom? I think both of these are definitely great finales for our audience. So you can only watch one live, but fortunately, it's still going to be running on demand after our event. So you can actually watch them all today.
So take a break right now, and we're going to post something on Twitter, so you should too. And make sure you take care of all those bio needs that you might need. Thank you for being with us, and we'll see you back in just a few minutes.
See you in a little bit.
Welcome to EdTechLIVE. We're happy that you're here today. I'm Tamara, and this is Ryan.
We would like to take a moment and welcome you to today's event and give you a little information about what to expect.
New sessions start every hour, and you can stay for the whole event or just watch the sessions you're interested in seeing. There is a 10 to 15 minute break between each session where you can enter your attendance credit or take care of personal needs. During the live event, you also have 2 sessions each hour to choose from. After the live event, you can watch any of the other sessions on your own time.
During each session, the host will give you a link and a secret code to jot down. This will be the link you use to access the attendance forms, and you will enter the code onto the form. You can keep this form open throughout the event in a separate tab because you will have to do this for each session. You can still earn attendance credit if you are watching after the live event. However, you must submit by midnight tomorrow.
Within an hour of submitting your attendance, you should be receiving a response receipt. If you do not receive this email, please resubmit the attendance form and double check to make sure your email address is typed correctly.
We, along with our whole EdTech team, want to thank you again for being here today and enjoy your session. It will be starting soon.
Are you overwhelmed by everything on your ClassLink? There's a simple modification that can facilitate you and your students' productivity. If there's an app that you're regularly using, right-click, Add to Favorites. Did you see what happened there? It populated on your bottom taskbar. Think about how useful this would be for students that struggle finding textbooks or softwares that are maybe under additional resources. Right-click, Add to Favorites.
Here's a tiny tech tip. If you need to find something within a document, instead of searching each page of the document, all you need to do is click on Control F, and that way you can pull up this window where you can put in the item that you're looking for. Once you do that, once you enter it, you get all the matches for that word, and all you need to do now is hit next until you find exactly what you're looking for. So have a great day and enjoy this tiny tech tip.
Welcome to EdTechLIVE. We're happy that you're here today. I'm Tamara, and this is Ryan.
We would like to take a moment and welcome you to today's event and give you a little information about what to expect.
New sessions start every hour, and you can stay for the whole event or just watch the sections you're interested in seeing. There is a 10 to 15 minute break between each session where you can enter your attendance credit or take care of personal needs. During the live event, you also have 2 sessions each hour to choose from. After the live event, you can watch any of the other sessions on your own time.
During each session, the host will give you a link and a secret code to jot down. This will be the link you use to access the attendance forms, and you will enter the code onto the form. You can keep this form open throughout the event in a separate tab because you will have to do this for each session. You can still earn attendance credit if you are watching after the live event. However, you must submit by midnight tomorrow.
Within an hour of submitting your attendance, you should be receiving a response receipt. If you do not receive this email, please resubmit the attendance form and double check to make sure your email address is typed correctly.
We, along with our whole EdTech team, want to thank you again for being here today and enjoy your session. It will be starting.
Are you overwhelmed by everything on your ClassLink? There's a simple modification that can facilitate you and your students' productivity. If there's an app that you're regularly using, right-click, Add to Favorites. Did you see what happened there? It populated on your bottom taskbar. Think about how useful this would be for students that struggle finding textbooks or softwares that are maybe under additional resources. Right-click, Add to Favorites.
Our last session is upon us, and we would like to welcome Al Thomas. He is the creative force of educopilot.com. This is a brainchild of his, and he uses it to empower educators to integrate technology and to embrace innovative technology in their classrooms. He also uses his time to provide educators with workshop and training for professional development as a way to improve pedagogy when using technology. Welcome, Al. How are you today? Oh, did we lose Al? Oh, that is dark. Oh, hold on. I thought I moved him over.
Okay, sorry about that, Al. This is what happens when things are live.
There he is.
There
Okay.
we are. Okay. Oh.
Hi, Al. We were not going to have this session without you. No worries.
It's okay. I was pretty sure that I was removed from the session list and was going to need to find something different to do. So,
Oh, no. We can't have
We
that.
love you.
no, I'm excited to be here. Thank you for having me. Awesome. Let's make sure we are good to go. And I'm going to share my screen. Give me 1 second. All right, hopefully everyone can see the screen. We're going to dive in and have some conversations around how we can bring photo essays into our classroom. So I'm really excited to be able to dive into this topic. If you know anything about me, I am an absolute lover of visual storytelling and photography and all the amazing things that it can bring to you and to our students within the classroom. So I'm going to start off really quickly, just getting a quick activity on the screen for you. So I would love for you to drop into the chat just to get us warmed up today. What do you have the most photos of in your camera roll right now? So I want you to take a quick look, quick glance, take maybe 60 seconds here to be able to dive in and see, drop it into chat. Because I'd love to know. So if you look into my camera roll, you'll probably see a lot of photos of things like street photography, of great food that I've eaten, things along those lines. I'd love to know what you have as well. So please take a moment and drop those into the chat as well. I will give you just another 30 seconds here. All right, 10 seconds. All right, so thank you again for dropping and taking the time to be able to jump into that quick activity. Let's go ahead and dive into exploring just how you can bring photo essays into the classroom. So I think the first thing that we need to do is just going to get a few things out of the way. So this is the link that you are going to use to be able to access all of the resources that are shared. I would encourage you to take a screenshot of this or to basically type it into your browser and bookmark it so that you can save it to be able to utilize later. There's tons of resources that you'll be able to pull and use at different times. And I would encourage you just to be able to use that and make sure that you bookmark and save it so that you can come back and use that at a later time. All right, so a little bit about me. My name is Al Thomas. I go by EduCopilot just about every social media platform. I am a visual storyteller and an educational leader. I've been in the field of education for well over 20 years and so had the privilege of being able to support educators, teachers, administrators in various roles throughout my time in education. And throughout all of that, I've had just an immense passion for creativity and photography, and it is something I try to incorporate into every role that I am a part of. So with that said, let's kind of talk, and I think it would be something that would be amiss if I did not kind of highlight just kind of some of the things that I've captured and kind of talk about some of those things as we get started. So I mentioned the visual storytelling piece. I love being able to capture images and be able to capture moments in time because I feel like there's so much value that you can get out of capturing images of others, capturing them in a moment and being able to tell a story that others may walk by us. They may not take the moment to actually be able to engage with, but be able to capture someone in the moment where they are communicating a story. When I am often traveling for roles that I've been in, whether that is to EdTech conferences or for other events, I love getting out and being able to capture images and capture the world around me. And really, for me, it is something that is very relaxing. It's also something that lets me connect back what I would say to my true self and being able to really be able to hone in on seeing the world around me and being able to capture that is to me a privilege. And so these are some of the images I've captured, whether I was at conferences or events. I'm always looking for opportunities to be able to get out with other educators and being able to just go through learning new things when it comes to photography and other creative endeavors. And just being able to bring that more into the work that I'm doing. So this is a quote that I want to share with you. And I want you to think about this quote, and I'd love for you to drop into the chat whether you agree or disagree with this statement. So take a moment, read it, and then we will come back here in about 30 seconds. So All right. So this quote is definitely something that I think resonates with me. And I often share this quote because I would love hearing the thinking and just kind of how we can apply this to our work that we're doing as educators. So I love this quote because he's not talking about that literacy is being replaced by creativity, but he is giving equal value with the importance of being able to learn how to be creative and apply creativity in a variety of works. And in this context, I would tell you that creativity is not just limited to artists, those that can draw, but it's really being able to take things that seemingly may not work together and bringing all of those pieces together to be able to tell a cohesive story. So that's something I want to encourage you to think about. All right, so let's talk about understanding photo essays, and let's dive into some of the things that would be important for you to just understand as we talk about the benefits of visual storytelling. So visuals, some of the key benefits of photo essays in the classroom are visual learning, being able to allow for students to be able to learn and be able to process information, critical thinking and analysis, and being able to get them to think critically about the images that they're capturing, how they can communicate visually, but then also be able to communicate visually or communicate as well when it comes to being able to capture the comments or the content that they want to share to be able to help tie the images together. It encourages creativity, getting them to think about their world and think how they can bring different elements together to be able to tell a story. It definitely enhances communication skills and gets them thinking about ways that they can best communicate the message that they're wanting to convey, both visually and also through the captions that are actually accompanying the photos as well. And then also the cross-curriculum integration. I'm going to show you some examples of and some ways that you can incorporate this across different curriculum, different areas of curriculum. And then one of the things I think is really important is the ability for students to develop empathy and cultural awareness and being able to really be able to hone in, understand and process kind of the emotions and maybe the emotions that are conveyed or that come out of them looking at certain images, or it could be something where they're wanting to communicate a certain message and they're wanting to engage their audience to be able to get them to have a better understanding of something or to be able to understand a story with empathy. So with that said, let's dive into planning and what goes into putting together a photo essay project. So a successful photo essay will always combine strong visual storytelling with a compelling narrative and creating an engaging and thought-provoking experience for the viewer. This is something I really want to hone in on, the importance of that what you're creating when you're creating a photo essay, that you're really wanting to make sure that you're creating something that is thought-provoking, that's really getting your viewer to understand the story that you're trying to communicate, and you're not just dumping photos into a space and let them figure it out. But you really want to have a cohesive message that you're telling. Much like you would write an essay, you wouldn't write that essay where it's jumbled up in pieces and it doesn't really make sense and you're bouncing all over the place. That's an easy way for people to get disengaged with what you're trying to communicate. But a successful photo essay is always going to have strong visual storytelling, and it's going to have that compelling narrative that's really helping to take the viewer on the journey. So as you're thinking about photo essays, I want you to keep that in mind as we dive forward. So a lot of great elements that contribute to a successful photo essay. These are all things that as you're looking to build, and you can reference back to this as you're talking with students, is really thinking about these elements as you're creating that photo essay. So you have to have a clear focus, being able to understand exactly what is the story that you're wanting to tell and what you're wanting to convey. I've mentioned strong visuals. This does not mean you need to be an expert at photography, but it does mean that you need to think intentionally about the photos that you're creating and that you're capturing. You want to make sure that you're creating a strong message that allows for someone to look at, if they just looked at the images, they could see the story. But along with the captions that are being captured, you can also get more of the story, and it keeps you more engaged as you're going through the process of being able to look at someone's photo essay. So other things here we're going to dive into, and I'm going to give you an opportunity to be able to practice. But a couple of things I really want you to hold on to is being able to understand that there's an importance of being able to think about the emotional impact on the story that you're telling. Oftentimes I share when it comes to what you're creating visually and sharing with this world, especially when it comes to creativity, whatever that realm that may be living in, is that you're giving your artwork or you're giving your creation away. You're letting others be able to engage with it. Once you've released that, there's room for interpretation. That is one of the great things about visual creativity and visual storytelling, is that you're giving this away for people to be able to engage. So you have to make sure that you're honing in on making sure that you have a cohesive message styling, that your storytelling, your visuals, they're all working together to communicate a message that you're wanting to share with your group. So I'm going to do a quick activity. And before we do this, I'm going to take a moment to pause, and hopefully I will get our great team with EdTechLIVE to jump on, and they're going to do the attendance. And then we're going to jump into this quick activity that's going to really get you to think. And I love doing this with students, and I'll talk a little bit more about it, but I'm going to pause and let them jump in to be able to talk a little bit about attendance.
Thank you, Al. So far, this is a great presentation. I'm really impressed. If you as an audience have questions for Al, please post them in the chat. I know Al loves talking about photos and photo essays. He'd be happy to answer your questions related to this topic. Your secret code for today is essay. The favorite word of all teachers, right? And students. But I really love the idea of turning your essays into a photo essay.
Yes, and making it available for people to process it on their own, and engage them in that way to get their get an emotional response. I think that's important. And also thinking about, like, it doesn't have to be just, like a art project. It could be applied to all the different content levels.
And I really love your suggestion, Al, about how to make your images that you choose more purposeful and engaging, so it's just not all thrown in together.
Yeah.
That's great.
Love it so far.
Absolutely. Thank you.
So your secret code, one more time, is ESSAY. And Lelaine is managing our YouTube chat. So she's put both links in there. If you're in our district or you're out of our district, please make sure you click the correct link. And each one of your sessions today that you've submitted for credit, you should be getting an emailed verification email. That's like your receipt that you have submitted. That's not necessarily your attendance certification, but it is a receipt. Do not delete those emails. You will need them in case there's a discrepancy in what we issue for credit. So any kind of receipt, keep those, and just once we've done that, which will be next week sometime, you'll get your credit.
Okay, do we want to?
Do you have a question?
There's a question. It's like, how would you use this in 3rd grade?
Ooh, good question for you,
For
Al.
our littles.
We're gonna put you on the spot. The little people, how would you use this?
It is okay. And I think I will say most people are little when they're standing next to me. So there is not,
Quite tall.
I don't want to limit it to just 3rd graders. So no, that's that is a great question. So when you're using this with younger students, and I want to encourage you to really think about just giving them an opportunity and scaling back what they're creating. So maybe when you're creating, you want to start by giving them just a single image for them to be able to process and kind of think about how could they tell a story with it. So you're honing in on the taking the visual and turning it into words and being able to capture the essence of the photos. And then you can reverse that. You can give them something where maybe they've either written it or you've had them capture some type of statement, and then you want them to go out and capture an image. I will tell you that regardless of the age, I see it often when I am out eating, I'm doing things, and it's okay, well, hey, can I use your phone? And then all of a sudden you look in your camera roll, and then there is tons of photos that the students have just the kids have just randomly taken. So to give them something where they can just start capturing those images. And once again, it doesn't also have to be photography. You can do this with drawing. You can do this with being able to have the students be able to just kind of color and create and just be able to use their imagination. What you want to do is you're trying to get them to understand the answers of how do I tell a story visually? I will tell you, you can do that in a variety of different ways. It doesn't just have to be limited to photography. I'm going to talk with you about photo essays, but also I want you to think about how you can apply this in a variety of different settings to make this really beneficial for your students. Also, I would encourage you to think about this does not just have, that idea does not have to just be with the younger students. That you can also do it. You'll be amazed at how much high school students and anyone in that realm would love to be able to crayons roll out. They're visually just being able to communicate in a different way. So there's a lot of things I'm going to share with you in a moment of some ways that you can apply. But those are just some things I would just encourage you to think about when you're working with different age groups. Be open to providing those scaled down experiences to be able to allow them to get their feet under them as they then start to explore and just ramping up what they're doing with the project, or giving them that room to be able to also do some of the things that may be a little bit more challenging for the younger grades. So
great, thank you so much. Okay,
awesome.
And there's some awesome conversations happening in this chat. Wow, guys, this is quite a lot to be following along. Thank you for your participation.
Yes.
So
No, I
Al,
love
we're
it.
going to give it back to you.
All right, thank you very much. I'm gonna share my screen again. All right, and so thank you again for everyone sharing and engaging in the conversation. I definitely want to make sure that we have an opportunity for everyone to dive into this activity. So this is just going to be something we're going to do really quickly. I want you to look at the image, and these are a range of images that I have here. I want you to, in the chat, drop a caption for each of the images. Think about what you're seeing, and I want you to describe in a short description. You can keep it 10 words or less. You can really just, what is it that you're seeing? What do you think these images are communicating? Take a moment to be able to dive in and be able to do that. And I will also say this, I'm going to go ahead and keep moving just because of time, but I really want you to think about how you're capturing this. And one of the things I really want you to notice is also look at what other people are putting into the chat as well, because oftentimes when you are looking at images, and this is the incredible thing about art that I absolutely love and creativity, is because it can elicit emotions and thoughts in different people, and it can definitely have an impact. An image that doesn't have a huge impact on you may have a huge impact on someone else. And those are things that I will tell you is really powerful about being able to do photo essays in the classroom. I'm going to quickly call out the image in the bottom right. I always say that this is, you know that a father is ready to depart wisdom and give you wisdom when they stand like that when they are standing in front of you or near you. So just be prepared. If you ever see that, or you see someone do it, knowing that that is something that you just need to be prepared for. And this reminds me of my dad. It's one of the reasons I captured the image. And I think it's one of those things that I'd love to see, and I can't wait to see what you guys drop into the comments as far as your caption for each one of these images. So with that said, I'm going to remind you as well, we share the link, and hopefully our host will also be able to drop that link back in, so you have access to the slide deck, so you have these images that you can look at, but then also you can use this activity with your students as well. So let's go ahead and jump forward, and I'm going to talk with you about some of the tools that are available. So I say this often, tools are tools. They were meant to be used, and sometimes a tool will work really well to be able to do one thing, and maybe it doesn't fit in another space. What I'm always going to encourage, and what I always tell my students, and oftentimes if you've ever done a workshop with me, one of the things I will give you an activity, I'll give you the structure, but then oftentimes I get the question, well, what tool do I use to be able to create this? And my answer will always be, you tell me. Because I want you to really think about challenging yourself to be able to utilize whatever's at your disposal to be able to create and be able to share the messaging that you're going to be doing. I am going to give you a couple. I'm going to focus in on one tool, but I will tell you there are many that are available for you to be able to create photo essays. One that I'm going to utilize today and kind of walk you through a few things is Adobe Creative Cloud Express. You can also use tools like Canva, and there's many others that are available for you to be able to create photo essays. So I'm going to stop sharing for just a moment, and I'm going to switch over so that I can dive in. And I'm going to share a couple of examples of how you can utilize things like Adobe Express to be able to do your photo essays. So 1 second, and then you should see my screen. All right, so I am now inside of Adobe Express. Adobe Express is also available. It's web-based, but also you can use it on your mobile devices, iPads, and other devices as well. I'm going to simply go to search all templates, and I've already typed in photo essays, but you can type in photo essay, and you're going to get a tons of different options that you could use to jumpstart a photo essay. So you can see here, I've got tons of templates that I can be able to use. I'm going to use this one up here, and I'm going to click on it. It's going to open up. It's going to be really quick. And you'll notice here that I've got a few things. I've got, I can go back into templates. I can go into text. I can go into photos. All of these amazing options for me to be able to add additional context and change things within my design that I'm creating. So what I'm going to do here is I'm actually going to click on, let's say I clicked on the text here. You'll notice that this panel to the right will change, where I can actually change the text here. So if I just wanted to say the story of, let's go, of a moment. And then you'll see that that quickly updates. I can come here and I can click on the image, and you can see I have options to be able to delete this image. I can add to the background. I can add filters over top of it and completely change the look of it. I can also come here and hit replace. And then you'll notice here that I have some options under photos. I can pull from, this image was actually pulled from Adobe Stock. I can upload images, but if I actually come here and I just search, you know what, I would like an image of a student. So I'm going to type that in, and you'll see here I have tons of images. I can just simply go here and I can click on this, and I can bring in that image of the students. Now it's going to guess and see where I want the photo, but I can also click here, and then I can adjust the size. I can move it around. I can once again do the filter. I can enhance the photo if I want to add to it. This is also for photos that I've taken myself. So if you have students that are doing that, I can add blur to it. If I wanted to drop some text over it, it's a great way for you to be able to do that. And if I want to add to this and I want to add additional pages, I can simply come down here to the plus sign, or I can duplicate the page here, but I'm going to hit the plus sign here, and I'm going to make the same as the page before. So now I have an additional page. I can come in here and I can add additional things. So maybe I want to add some text. So let's see. I think I'm going to go here. I'll just drop this one in just for context. And so you can see here, I can start dropping things in, and I can add to and continue to build out the images and the photos that I'm having inside of my photo essay. I can still go back to the first page, come back, and I can continue to build those pieces out. If I wanted to add a photo, once again, it's really simple. I can come here and select one. I can drag and drop. I can resize it. I can then come here and also add text. So if I just wanted to add some text that would accompany this photo, I can be able to drop that in here and give context to the number of photos that I've added here. And I can change the fonts and do all of that very quickly here. So really quick and easy for me to be able to dive in and be able to create a photo essay. One other way that you can actually do this is you can actually use the web version or the web page version. And this is a great example if you're in science. Like maybe you have students that they're going through an experiment and you want them to be able to document. You can incorporate photo essays really easily within a science classroom by having them not only document what they're capturing maybe in a notebook, but you can actually bring it in where they're capturing the photos to be able to bring those into a cohesive message that's telling the entire story of the experiment that they've created. So you can see here that I've created just a really basic photo essay, and I can add to it. I'm even adding in my objective, my intro, some questions that I'm wanting to answer as I go through, and then I have the different steps. So if I go here to preview, this is what it would look like on the back end or on the end where I'm sharing out to someone. And I can add different steps and elements, and I can move these around. So if I go back and I close this, and if I want to move these photos around, I can adjust them. I can add additional text. Let's say if I wanted to edit the grid, I can add different images. I can move those around. I can make these larger images. I can make them smaller. So I have a lot of functionality, and I have a really easy ways that I can jump into using something like Adobe Express to be able to create a photo essay in a variety of different options. So regardless of the tool that you're using, I just want you to encourage you to really think about how you want to, what the story is that you're wanting to tell. And then you can use a variety of tools to be able to do that. So the next thing I'm going to dive into is I want to help you be able to find, talk you through how you would actually go about building your photo essay. So let's go ahead and dive in, and I'm going to give you some options that you can utilize to be able to tell your story or tell the story that you're wanting within your photo essay. So with that, we're going to talk about how do you find your focus. So these are a few activities that you can do in the classroom with students to be able to tell a story. I'm going to run through some of these, and then I'm going to give you an opportunity to be able to explore and start to build your own photo essay as well. So one of the things I love to be able to do, especially as students are coming in, maybe they're coming out of summer, or they've gone into spring break, they've gone on a vacation, or if you are simply, maybe you're in a social studies class and you have a specific region that you want to talk through, you can have the students pick a landmark and photograph it from different vantage points if it's something that they can access. That's maybe locally within your city or in the area that they're close to, or you can simply have them go and pull images from the web to be able to pull together to tell a cohesive story. So you don't have to be limited to taking your own photos, but you can also use a variety of different photo sources that can help you be able to tell your story effectively. I am always going to encourage you, if you can, to capture the photos, because I think that is just an increased opportunity to be able to learn and be able to create visually, but it's also something that you do have the option to be able to capture those, or to not capture those, but also be able to pull from other sources as well. So this next one is follow the change. You can start by taking an image, a before image, an image where it starts, so maybe something starts small, and then maybe you want to capture a photo over a certain range of time, and then you're wanting to just kind of tell the story and document what it looks like for this thing to evolve. I love doing this with students for them to be able to see, maybe you're working with them on writing, and you can have them capture an image of what their writing looks like at this time, and then over time they can see how their writing has progressed and how it's gotten better. Or maybe you want to document the life cycle of plants. You can do that, and you can capture those images and be able to tell a cohesive story of the process of something coming to bloom or growing. So this is a great way for you to kind of tie into some of those other subject matter areas as well. Same place, photo essay is one of my favorites to be able to do. I like doing this when I'm traveling, especially to places that I'm traveling to for second, third, fourth time. You find a location that interests you, and capture one photo every day at the same time, or every time you visit this area. And over time, you're able to see the growth of an environment or the growth of a city. It's been pretty remarkable for some of the images that I've captured over time to see how areas have evolved, how they've become much more traveled, or maybe an area that was had more grassy areas is no longer that way, and you can start to see the city starting to develop in those areas. It's a really cool way for you to see kind of the progress of things as well. Fictitious meals. So think about a meal of the meal. Think about all of the meals that a character in a book has. So you're reading the story with students. Think about the food that they would be eating during that time. Maybe there's things that are mentioned, or maybe it's a certain time period, and have them represent those meals within a photo essay, and being able to capture those. For brownie points or for additional points, you can also have them make the meals and also enjoy them. But it's something I would tell you that it's a great way for you to have them kind of thinking more deeply about the stories that they're reading. And you can replace fictitious meals with clothing, and really get students to be able to think and really be more invested in those stories that they're reading. Capture the world is also a great activity. This is one where you can capture images that tell the story of you. I encourage you to do this with students as you are getting time with them, where you are wanting to learn more about them, or you're wanting to give students to be an opportunity for them to decompress from something. I will tell you that this is a great activity to do after testing season. because it's something that just gives students an opportunity to refocus after maybe this fast and furious season of doing assessments, and now you're wanting to be able to come into the time of year where they can really stop and pause and see their journey, or be able to tell their journey, and really hone in on an aspect that's really just about them, for them to be able to process and understand. So let's talk a little bit about some activities for some subjects like math and science. So this is one that I love to be able to do, and I would encourage you to do. And these are all going to be listed here. I'm not going to go into great detail, but I will tell you that these are activities that you can do very quickly with your students to be able to dive in, especially if you're in subjects like math and science and others as well. But I will tell you across the board, these can be tweaked to be used in a variety of different subjects, and hopefully you're seeing that. So this is a geometric photo hut, where students can dive into, you've given them a concept, and then they're going out and they're capturing photos of real world examples of those concepts. And then they're pulling these together to be able to tell a photo essay that teaches that concept. So this is where you may have a longer caption that's really diving in to be able to explain a specific content, or you can give them creative constraints where they need to explain that concept in as few words as possible, but that also gives an understanding for the audience to be able to understand. So really getting your students to kind of push the boundary of their creative thinking and their processing, and being able to communicate effectively when they are actually creating those captions. Math in everyday life is another one that kind of fits within the same vein, but you're really looking for the ways to be able to draw and for them to be able to see the mathematic concepts and really bring in the understanding that math is in everything that we do. So you can apply it, you can see it, and really get your students to start thinking through how they can see math in every day and pull that together as a photo essay. The golden ratio, this is another way. This is actually something when you look into things like photography, that this is something that is something that you learn when you pick up and you're diving into photography. But it's also one of those things where I would tell you, it's something that students can learn, and they can start to see the world and see through nature, art, architecture, all of those things, that these things are important things that are applied in a variety of different settings. So in science, I've mentioned some, so I'm gonna jump over those, but I'll also talk about a few here. You have ecosystem exploration, so getting out, viewing a park, an area, capturing those images, and being able to communicate and illustrate really about either a specific area, plant life, insects, all of those things, and being able to demonstrate that within a photo essay is something that I would encourage you to explore. Just like with math, you can also do science in everyday life, and really getting them to understand certain aspects of climate and other areas that they can apply in their work. We've talked about documenting an experiment. So those are all great ways that you can be able to pull in. We've done one of these today. We've done the caption this, but I've also encouraged you, there's a few other activities I would encourage you to do. You have photo scavenger hunts, you have sequencing activity, you have mini photo essay as well that you can utilize to be able to tell stories. These are all ones I would tell you to really think about how you can apply. One of the great ways to get started with your students is maybe the mini photo essay challenge. And that's really providing students with a selection of photos. And this is where you're not burdening them, or you're not giving them a space to actually capture the images, but you're giving them a quick opportunity to understand the process of creating photo essays. So you're giving them a selection of images. Now, I will tell you that these can be around a specific topic. You can utilize them, or you can also pull those in where maybe they're funny images and some of the images don't actually fit. So students have to really think through how they would apply certain images and maybe exclude other ones, and then really getting them into that process or that frame of mind of how they refine the images that they're using to tell a story or to be able to communicate in their photo essay, and just getting them in the habit of being able to process and be able to put those things into place and make sure that the story is clear and able to tell a message that is understandable. So these are some additional tips that I would encourage you to think about for your photo essays. think about the visual structure, make it interactive when people are engaging with the photos. One of the things I like to be able to add in my caption is a question that gets people thinking about the images that they're seeing. So you're helping to guide them through the experience of being able to look at the photo essay, the photos that were actually created as well. And then also one of the things I will hone in on here is just the giving students the opportunity to experiment and to be able to try new ways of being able to approach. So when you look at some of these challenges, student may have a way that they'd like to be able to capture something. What I would tell you is give them the flexibility to be able to do that, because I think you'll find the real value in being able to allow them to be able to explore and to try. And along those same lines, I would tell you, when you create those creative constraints or you give them some type of restriction, whether it's a time limit, whatever the case may be, this is a great way for you to actually be able to get them experimenting quickly and try new things to be able to tell a quality story very quickly and effectively through their photo essays. So with that said, I have a challenge that I am going to share with you, and I would love to be able to see your photo essay project. Once again, I've shared with you something like Adobe Express. I've mentioned Canva that you can use, that you can be able to pull these within the work that you're doing. But what I want you to do is actually create a photo essay project. You can go back and use any of the examples, whether it was the ones from Science to Math that I shared, or if it was some additional images or additional project ideas that you want to just try out. I want you to add images to answer this question. So your project needs to fit within this scope. You can caption your images however you would like, but I just want you to answer the question of why creativity matters. You can post it on Twitter. You can use the 2 hashtags that are listed there. Please don't forget to tag me, because I'd love to see the amazing work that you're doing. It is always a pleasure to be able to have educators dive in and be able to try out and go through the experience of trying to create creative activities and things that they're wanting to bring into classrooms before they do them with students. And then this is just an opportunity for you to have that time to be able to do that. So I want you to do that, and I'd love to be able to see your images. So really quickly, I'm going to jump into a few more activities, and then I'm going to dive into sharing with you just a few things that I would love for you to be able to check out, because I think they would bring some great value to the work that you're doing. So, and then we will wrap our time together today. So I'm going to talk about an organization that I have the privilege of being a part of. That is 100 Cameras. 100 Cameras is an organization that works with students and educators to be able to help students learn photography, but then also learn how to identify some challenges and areas and some things that are within their community. And then they help the students be able to either sell their photos, to be able to take 100% of the proceeds and apply it to the areas where the students have identified. So it's teaching students a skill, but also giving them an opportunity for them to be able to actively participate in being able to solve those challenges. So it's one of those things I would encourage you to check out their work. And I'm going to share a short video that is going to explain some of the work that they're doing, and then we will come back together.
This experience has been very
satisfying,
intriguing, and enlightening. You know, I feel like everyone's story deserves to be told. And depending on when you tell your story, you can change the world with one story.
I want the world to feel like motivated and relate to my story, because it's a lot of people that's still at the bottom, but for me it's like you could still make a name for yourself like I am today.
Yeah, it just reflects my feelings because a lot of times I can't say how I feel, or when I try to say it, I end up stumbling over my words. So if I can take a picture, I don't have to speak, and you can know what I'm feeling.
The biggest theme is this concept of voice. And a lot of our students probably feel like they lack voice. The neighborhoods that a lot of our kids come from, they're exposed to, gun violence in one way or another. It's a factor, something that they have to be aware of.
Growing up, it was kind of bad, like shooting, drug dealing, and stuff like that.
This area, the West Side, North Lawndale, Austin, Garfield Park, these are forgotten communities. Areas that don't make the news except when there's gun violence, probably, or except when there's something bad happening. And there are a lot of good things happening. That's one of the biggest reasons why I'm so thankful for this course. And this is a testament to the 100 Cameras curriculum. It adequately sets them up to have a stronger voice for whatever it is that they feel the world needs to know. Our kids came into the course probably with a lot of goals or hopes, and I think they're leaving with more plans to actually make those goals, hopes, and dreams come to fruition. Just getting to this program, they have to navigate 1,000 hurdles. And so I'm glad they made it, and I'm glad that now hopefully they've broken down even some of those barriers and hurdles for people after them.
So that is 100 cameras. And so, like I said, I would encourage you to check out the work that they're doing. And so you can actually go to 100cameras.org. They have tons of resources for educators. They have virtual content that is available that you can share with students that will help them be able to learn photography skills, but also be able to learn how to process emotions and their thinking, their thoughts, to be critical thinkers, to be able to approach this world with empathy, and approach being able to tell not only their stories, but the stories of others with empathy, which I think is a skill that is definitely needed within our world today. So with that said, I'm going to dive into a few additional things. And so this is the 100 camera site that you can see there. Give me 1 second. I'm going to switch over. And so the last few things I'll share with you before turning it back over is that I would encourage you to check out educopilot.com. I share a number of resources that are available in the realm of creativity and bringing that into the classroom and how that can best be utilized in the work that you are doing with students. So there's a guide on my website where you can learn 5 ways to bring creativity into the classroom. You can check that out. And I want to thank you for the opportunity to be able to join you today. I know that there may be some questions. I want to make sure that we leave some time for that. So I'm going to stop sharing my screen. I will just prepare for all and any questions.
All right. Well, there were a few questions, Al, about applications to the different contents, but you did a wonderful job of sharing those. And I know that some people even put on the chat that you have examples in the presentation link that you shared with everyone. And thank you for that. I love how you gave us different, how you did a kind of like a quick tutorial on Adobe Express as well. That was way cool because that's one of the applications that we have free to our teachers here at
Awesome.
CFISD. So thank you, many, many thanks. And just showing us those different, I'm going to try to do the fictitious meals. I think that would be kind of cool. And that same place, so like even, as we encourage these young people, right, to highlight little things, in their everyday lives, and they can chronicle that as they get older, right? I just love that, and thank you for sharing 100 cameras. That blessed my heart, you know. And it's just like the looks on their faces when they got their phones. It was just like, oh, what is one of those moments, and to have
I think you reached
I know,
the lane. Wow.
like, but it's so important for these kids to gain empathy, because for the longest time we were all in our little bubbles.
We're
And
still
now,
in bubbles. What are we talking about?
but you know what I mean? And so now we're, you know, getting more comfortable being out there. And I think especially for the younger kids who were stuck, you know, having them go out and experience the world through their own eyes and sharing that with others and getting that empathy. It's lovely. Oh, I just loved it. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Al.
I appreciate that.
And to our audience, thank you for being here today. We, of course, always have stuff going on in Cypress Fairbanks. Our next event is going to be Digital Learning Conference in July. The specific dates are July 26th and 27th. Also, I know that you can only watch 4 sessions with us right now, but we have a total of 8 sessions during this event. This event is technically not over. For the next day and a half, it is going to be on demand. So if you didn't get to watch all the sessions you wanted, feel free. It'll take us a few minutes to get the on-demand site up and going because the live stream has to end before we get those links, but you can continue watching by just jumping around that little red slider in YouTube so you can watch the videos that you want. Also, feel free to let your friends know to check out the sessions on demand. I know that we have a lot going on, not just in our district, but in other districts too. We have state testing coming up. So we have all these camps. So our teachers were very busy this morning, so not all of them could join us live. Encourage them to join us on the on demand too. I know that we have to get those 25 hours in just a few weeks. So we are issuing credit, not just for our Cypress Fairbanks employees, but also if you have joined us outside the district, we will be issuing you credit as long as you submitted your attendance correctly. We will be issuing you credit. So thank you again for being here with us today. We were happy to have you and our amazing presenters as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks, Al.
All right, I had to get that last one, but it's still on. Yes.